Well, they used to be people. My name is Danica Craven, and I've been an archaeologist for the past decade. Tantalizing opportunities often fall into my lap. Some drenched relic washes up on an Egyptian beach, or a lonesome fossil is uncovered. But I'm often beaten to the punch. That's the nature of the game. And as the years go by, fewer ancient gems remain undiscovered. Consequently, last December I was dumbfounded by a lead in the Bavarian Alps. And I arrived first, and that was not a gift worth squandering. My team and I investigated a frosty nook near Zugspitze, Germany's mightiest mountain. 2 days earlier, in the wake of a fearsome blizzard, a misshapen steel panel was found in the snow, halfway up a steep cliffside. Amir Langton and I had suspicions regarding its origin. Suspicions confirmed when our team unearthed something at the site. Concrete. "I told you," I gloated. "Oh, I know you did," Amir laughed. "But temper your expectations, Danny. We still don't know what we found." And an hour later, there came the satisfying clunk of metal against metal. Enzo Flores, our chief digger, had uncovered a lofty metallic door. Depleted by a day's work, he finally let his shovel fall into the snow. We followed suit, dropping our tools. Though I had been digging significantly slower than the burly laborers, I still felt a sense of achievement. A smile broadened across my cheeks. "Unbelievable," Amir whispered. "You love that word, don't you?" I smiled. "Even when we get inside and see undeniable proof, you'll still call me delusional." "Well, that's the thing," Amir said, scratching his neck. "How will we get in there?" "Not with this measly equipment," Enzo said. "We'll need something heavy-duty to breach the door." The man, a hulking figure with rosy frosted cheeks, led us out of the snow tunnel. "Explosives," Ansel Becker suggested. "Oh, calm down, kid. A hydraulic system should do the trick," Enzo replied. "But we aren't opening it tonight. Snow's coming down and daylight's gone. Everybody's cold and tired." I huffed. "But we—" "Not tonight, Miss Craven," Enzo insisted. "Amir?" I said, turning to my friend for assistance. My colleague shrugged. "Sorry, Danica, we won't be able to do anything without Enzo and his men." "But this is an undiscovered German stronghold," I said. "In 24 hours, we won't be the only people here. You know that local will already have told everybody about the panel he found." "We're gonna pack up and head to town," Enzo said firmly. "See you in the morning." An idea came to me. "Amir, let's camp here. Guard the tunnel, stake a claim. This is our site, and I don't want anybody to take it." "I would strongly advise against that, Miss Craven," Enzo cautioned, rubbing a gloved hand against his red brow. "Other than tourists in the igloo resort, nobody sleeps on the mountain. Wild camping isn't safe." "I'll leave a tent for us, we'll be fine," I promised. "Amir, are you happy to stay with me?" My partner nodded. "Sure, Danny, this is our site. I don't want to lose it either." Enzo growled, barging past us and beginning to pack his equipment. "We do appreciate your help, Enzo," I said. "You don't need to appreciate it. I don't get paid to be appreciated. And I sure as heck don't get paid to babysit." And with that, Enzo Flores and his man began walking down the mountainous slope, heading towards the warm embrace of lights in the town below. "I'm sorry, Amir," I said as we tucked ourselves into our sleeping bags. He shrugged, smiling. "I respect you, Danica. You're more dedicated to this line of work than anyone that I know. You deserve this find, so let's guard it." "Oh, I'm being paranoid," I sighed. "No doubt about that," Amir chuckled. "But it doesn't hurt to be safe, does it? We would kick ourselves if somebody were to invade our freshly dug site. We've done the hard work." I smirked. I mean, it was mostly done by Enzo. No, it was, mostly done by Enzo. Amir agreed and we laughed. Thanks, I said. You're always so level-headed. It's a talent of mine, he grinned. As I dozed off, I had never felt safer in my life. Wrapped in a snug cotton cocoon, I was soothed by shrieking gusts and the rippling tent fabric. Our camp blocked the entrance to the snow tunnel, guarding the gateway to Hitler's last uncharted shelter. It was the jewel of my career, my life. That cozy feeling of accomplishment didn't last, however. Amir and I were awoken by a husky bellow in the early hours of the morning. What was that? My friend panted, sitting upright. I don't know, I breathlessly replied, rubbing my eyes. It sounded... I was interrupted by the sound of snow crunching beneath immense weight. It must be an animal, Amir whispered. What animal would be caught in this blizzard? I asked. And it wasn't a person. Neither of us contested that. The footsteps were too thunderous. Though our bodily instincts should have kept us inside, our intrigued minds got the better of us. Mother always said that curiosity would be the death of me. Amir cleared his throat. Do you? Yes, I answered before he finished his question. My colleague grinned, equally eager to explore, and he cautiously opened the zip to the tent. We peeked outside, squinting to see through the incessant downpour of white snow. Near the rim of our campsite, illuminated by the tall spotlight that Enzo had left behind, deep cracks led through the snow. Something had skirted around the edge of the site, and for a haunting second beyond the spotlight, I saw a black shape flit out of view, a towering figure concealed by torrential snowfall. Did you see that? I cried. No, Amir replied, frowning. What was it? I don't know, I said. It didn't look like an animal. Well, no person made those tracks, he said, nodding at the enormous footprints. It had to be I don't know, what time is it? I checked my watch. Nearly 4 in the morning. Enzo and the others should be here in a few hours. My friend nodded. Let's go back to sleep, we'll stay quiet. If an animal were planning to attack us, it already would have done so. Yeah, I suppose so, but I've been thinking about something, I said. What's that? Amir asked. I paused, nodding at the archaeological find beside my sleeping bag. The steel panel is crumpled and battered. Why? They had a nasty storm up here, he said. Bad weather's pretty common in these parts. This German fortress is buried beneath an ocean of snow. It's built into the mountain. A storm didn't dislodge the panel, Amir, I said. We might not be the first people to find the bunker. You need to stop worrying about that, my colleague scoffed. Nobody's beaten us, it's our site. We should find out though, I said, slipping into my gear. I certainly won't be able to sleep now. Amir groaned before nodding and getting dressed. Torches at the ready, we left the tent and entered the darkness. No hope of sunlight to guide us, and I knew Amir was right. We should have waited. But I had been doing that for years, and it had cost me so many opportunities. I wasn't going to make that mistake again. Living was more important than surviving. Do you still think it might have been a panel of ventilation slats? I asked. Amir nodded. It's incredibly misshapen, but it does have that vague shape. So we should try to find the ventilation system, I said. Of course, but this bunker might be humongous. How would we find the vent? You're not seriously planning on doing more digging at this hour, are you? He asked. The panel is already broken free. The digging has been done for us, I said. Bear in mind that 48 hours of fresh snowfall might have covered whatever was uncovered, Amir noted. I know. 30 yards to the side of the tent there stood a flag. It marked the spot at which the panel had been found, our starting point for the excavation. The small pole and its flapping nylon were both wearing thick and snowy blankets. "What are you hoping to find?" Amir asked. "Thinking about it," I said. "A ventilation system missing a panel. That might provide another access point to the bunker." "Wait," Amir said, pointing at the protruding rock face 30 yards up the slope. "You see that?" I squinted through the snowfall and saw what my colleague had spotted. Streaks of red dyed the snow across the limestone face. I shuddered. "Is that blood?" Amir coldly finished. "I was wrong about that animal. It isn't harmless. We need to get out of here." I shook my head. "I won't stop now." "Oh, don't be stupid, Danica," Amir said. "You're not going to follow that trail." But I had already started wading through the snow, using my torch once I had passed beyond the reach of the spotlight. "You know I'm going to have to follow you," he said, trudging after me. "Please head back. I just need to see this place before anybody else, Amir. But I don't want you to come with me. You've already done enough to help." Of course, my colleague ignored that, and we walked together, battling against the willful breeze. The bloody trail continued for 100 yards, painting a foreboding wave across the snow-covered rock face. It eventually stopped at a hole in the wall, a cavernous entry point of twisted metal. I was right. This structure is bigger than we ever imagined. "I don't know how I feel about this," Amir said. "We should wait for Enzo and the others. It'll be daytime when they arrive. We'll all go alone. I feel guilty enough for asking you to camp on this freezing mountain." "Don't be silly. I made the decision to stay. This matters to me too, Danny. However, if somebody has removed that ventilation panel..." Amir paused, sighing. "We've already been beaten to this discovery. Danica, it's over, I'm sorry." I shook my head. "The metal is bending towards us, Amir. The panel was removed from inside the vent." I shone my torch's light into the blackened pit, revealing a rusted ventilation shaft. A metal tunnel with twists and turns. I stepped inside, surprised by the height and width of the vent. I was crouching slightly, but it was still a broad passageway. "Danny, please," Amir begged, grabbing my arm. "Don't do this. The blood is..." "Something's in there," I interrupted, gently removing his hand. "Go back to the tent, Amir, and call Enzo. I'll join you in half an hour or so. I'm just going to take a look. This is the biggest discovery in archaeological history." Amir did not turn around, however. Our boots squelched in the snowy entrance, and then came the squelch of whatever maroon-colored gunk lay at our feet. Blood mixed with something. "Oh, that stench is unbearable," Amir winced, his voice echoing around the ceaseless metal chamber. "At least it masks your body odor," I quipped. "Oh." My feet stopped a few centimeters from a gaping hole in the floor of the vent, a hole which would have claimed me if I had taken another step. When Amir and I pointed our torches at the opening, we saw a small bedroom below, the quarters of ancient soldiers. Inside, there were 2 bunk beds, marriages of rotting wood and maggot-ridden mattresses. The horror of the discovery finally filled my bones, paralyzing my spine. I understood that something was very wrong with the place, and Amir saw that in my stiff, unmoving body. "All right, you've seen it, Danica. We should head back now," he pleaded. "This isn't right." "No animal made that hole," I said. "No human." "Well, even less of a reason to go down there then," Amir insisted. "We need to leave before we find whatever you saw." "I'll go down. I'm just going to look at the first room, and then we'll head back to camp. You stay up here," I said, before sitting down and dangling my legs into the hole. "I'm not helping you," he said. "Well, it's going to hurt when I hit the floor then," I shrugged. My colleague sighed, realizing that I wasn't bluffing, and he placed his torch on the floor. And then he held my arms tightly as I gingerly slid over the edge of the hole. I felt like a child daring to dip a toe out of her duvet, in spite of the monsters beneath the bed. I placed one foot on the top bunk and lowered my second leg delicately. I nodded at Amir and he released me. I screamed as the mattress and supporting wooden planks collapsed under my weight. "Danny!" Amir cried. My friend collected his torch and swiftly jumped into the hole, landing in the room with a resounding thunk. As I hazily sat upright, lost in a festering mound of rotten wood and filthy cotton, I noticed Amir hobbling towards me. "Are you okay?" he grimaced, helping me to my feet. "Yeah, thank you," I said. "Are you?" "I might have twisted my ankle," my friend said. I sucked my teeth. "Oh, I'm sorry, Amir, you were right. It was way too dangerous. Come on, let's get you back to camp." He shook his head. "I'm strong enough to lift you up, but you're not going to be able to lift me, no offense." "But you need help. What if you've broken something?" I asked. "There's not a lot that could be done now," Amir shrugged. "This is why I said we should have waited until the morning." "I know," I said, hugging the man tightly. "I'm sorry, have I mentioned that?" "Yeah, but not enough times," he smiled, wincing. "Still, you are right too. This place is real, and it's unbelievable." "Are you going to keep saying that?" I chuckled. "Take the win," he said. "Okay, I told you so." "Are you going to keep saying that?" he asked, grinning. For a moment, we forgot about the sounds that we had heard on the mountain, the blood in the snow, the black shape that I had seen in the distance. None of those things mattered. Amir and I were explorers again, blinded danger, jubilant about our astounding discovery. "Right, let's get you back into the vent," Amir said. "Fetch Enzo and he'll be able to lift me up. The man's built like Popeye." "1 second, look at this," I said. On a small cabinet at the end of the demolished bunk bed, there sat a dusty, leather-bound book. I blew off the cobwebs and flicked away a persistent spider. The diary was written in German, of course, but I'm fluent. "The Diary of Conrad Vogel," I translated. "That's great, Danny," Amir said. "Now come over here so I can lift you up." "Okay," I nodded, pocketing the journal. "I'll phone Enzo and we'll get you out of here." "He's going to be pissed," my colleague warned, preparing his hands to lift me. I shrugged, climbing onto Amir's sturdy palms. "He's always pissed." "Sure, but this time, however, he'll be royally pissed." The man grunted, raising me through the hole. "Everything's gonna be fine," I said, climbing into the ventilation shaft. "I'll hurry up, don't go anywhere." "Funny," Amir said. "Oh, don't mind me, I'll just have a nap on this crusty mattress." I hurried through the vent and returned to the blizzard, which felt merciless after being sheltered by a castle of steel and concrete. I fought against the elements, hurriedly scurrying back to the campsite. Once inside the tent, I immediately used the satellite phone to contact Enzo. My mobile wasn't receiving any signal. "It's 4:30 in the morning," the man answered. "Why have you woken me up, Miss Craven?" I took a deep breath, preparing for a lecture. "Amir and I found something." "What do you mean?" "We heard something outside and then we found a trail of blood." "There shouldn't be any wild animals on the mountain, certainly not in this weather. Did you see anybody? Somebody might be hurt." "It wasn't a wild animal or a person, Mr. Flores. The blood led to the bunker's ventilation shaft, and we went inside." "You? Without supervision, you explored an uncharted, century-old building at night. Is that what you mean to tell me?" "Well, we had a little accident." "What happened, Miss Craven?" "Amir had injured his ankle," I whispered timidly. "What? Where is he now?" "In the bunker. I came back to the campsite to ask you for help. We have to get him out of there." "Stay where you are. Do not go anywhere without us." The phone fell silent and I had nothing to do but sit and wait. It would take an hour for Enzo to reach me at the very least, and I didn't want to cause any more problems. But then I excitedly remembered what lay in my coat. I scooped the diary of Conrad Vogel out of my pocket. January 2nd, 1948. It's been nearly 3 years since we won the war. Commander Meyer, however, insists that the surface remains unsafe. The Fuhrer has claimed the world, but roaches remain. A resistance that seeks to squash us. Bavaria is at war. That is why we must remain hidden until German forces have come to save us. Hidden in the Tallerberg. Our Fuhrer's mightiest stronghold. I have doubts, but I will never voice them aloud. Even writing such things will put my life at risk, but I must pen my thoughts. I'm losing my mind. I cannot bottle up these feelings any longer. Corporal Fisher died today. While clearing his room, I found this empty journal in his belongings. Strange that he would never use it. It's a sign. God longs for me to do something more than fester in this place. So let me get this off my chest. There are two possible truths. Either the war hasn't ended or we have lost. But if we have not won, why would we still be hiding? February 27th, 1948. It's harder to keep up with a diary than I thought. Even with nothing to do, the mind wanders. It wanders to strange places. One of the crop rooms failed last week, I don't know why. Tallerberg is full of advanced technology, things beyond my understanding. There are dozens of crop rooms, of course, and we'll be okay. I don't really care as long as I get fed. But I feel the nearing tide of dissent. People are angry and afraid, and it's not good to be with scared folk in a cage. Yes, we have an abundance of food, but how long are we going to stay down here? What happens when more crop rooms fail? At some point, we won't have enough to feed everybody. I vote that we stop feeding the prisoners. I don't share the ideals of our Fuhrer, though it is treason to say so. Nonetheless, I hate the British and the French. Let them starve. Commander Meyer told us the crop rooms wouldn't fail. He told us that this fortress would stand for 1,000 years. So many lies. March 12th, 1948. Another crop room has been abandoned. That's 2 in 2 months. Nobody's going hungry yet, but the murmuring is getting louder. I don't like the thought of an underground mutiny. There's not much else to report. Charlotte and I have been meeting in my room when my bunkmates are away. She's a terrible nurse, but an excellent lover. August 15th, 1948. Some privates left at Tallerberg yesterday. Cowards. I do not believe in the Fuhrer's cause, but I know that I love my country. I will never leave the Tallerberg. I will never betray Germany. December 25th, 1948. This is the first Christmas I've celebrated in 10 years. Commander Meyer senses the furious sentiment of the people. To quell our dangerous thoughts, he has allowed us to honor our Christian traditions. The Fuhrer would not approve, but he isn't here, is he? I suspect that he might be dead. June 21st, 1951. I forgot about this old journal. Life intervened, death intervened. More crop rooms failed over the past 3 years, and as I predicted, rations have commenced. So much for Tallerberg lasting 1,000 years. Many soldiers have rioted and faced execution, and became martyrs for future revolutions, perpetuating an endless cycle of death, riot, die, riot, die. We despise the prisoners, more mouths to feed enemy mouths. But Commander Meyer tells us that a prisoner equals power. Why do we need hostages? To me, that is not the statement of a winning side, but I've known that for years. The war is over. We lost. December 1st, 1951. The men are falling sick, the women too, though they have been prioritized. The starving are the sickest. Fortunately, we have begun to prioritize Germans when it comes to food. Most of the prisoners are ill and they're malnourished and living in dire conditions. It seems Commander Meyer finally values self-preservation over power. However, he's starting to lose his grip. March 12th, 1952. Dr. Klein says that many of the sick are infected with tuberculosis, the White Death, an old disease. In the years before coming to Tallerberg, I remember hearing talk of a potential cure for the affliction. Though such a thing may exist, it doesn't exist down here, and the sick are only getting sicker. We are trapped in a tin can. March 30th, 1952. The ill have been confined to the West Quarter, the Armory. There is one section for German patients and a separate section for prisoners. We will quarantine them until they die. They have been left with adequate provisions. All I keep thinking is that there will be fewer mouths to feed, and I'm glad. July 10th, 1954. Much has changed in 2 years. I found this book while clearing my bunkmate's belongings. I stashed it under his mattress. He would never think to look there. Not that it matters now, his name was Bertram, and he caught the White Death. No matter how many times we quarantine the sick, the disease always returns. Dr. Klein has been conducting tests, trying to find a cure. He grows tired of begging Commander Meyer to abandon Tallerberg. Like me, he knows that there's no war. He knows that we lost. But he wouldn't dare leave this place of his own accord. I don't think anybody really leaves. November 2nd, 1955. I have a reason to unearth this diary once more. Charlotte has given birth to our child, one of only 20 children born in the 14 years that we've spent in this bunker. I have named him Fritz Vogel. I fear for the boy's life. I don't want him to become a soldier. I don't want him to live in this place. I pray that Commander Meyer succumbs to old age in the near future. He seems to be the last thread holding this place together. After him, we may even leave. Few people still believe in the cause of the fewer. November 16th, 1956. Each year passes in the blink of an eye. One might expect time to drag in such a place, but no time does not exist here. Fritz is the only thing keeping Charlotte and me going, but we are lucky we have more than most, and for that we're grateful. Our population dwindles. 10 years ago, there were 1,000 of us in this underground city. 600 people remain. The White Death ebbs and flows. Whenever we think that it has disappeared, it claims another dozen lives or so. But Dr. Klein promises that he is close to a solution. He conducts tests only on the prisoners. That is what he says anyway. I only fear that his experiments continue to put us all at risk. We shouldn't be keeping the sick alive, put bullets in their heads and eliminate the risk. Doctors think too much. Life isn't that complicated. Klein will kill us all. May 7th, 1961. It seems that I uncovered this journal at milestones in my life, and this will be my final one. The White Death has finally caught me. I have requested a bullet tonight. When I'm gone, I wish to be cremated. I don't want to be another one of Klein's experiments. I don't trust that he only experiments on the prisoners. The aged man has claimed for the past 7 years to be on the verge of a breakthrough, but all I see is a pile of bodies. He's a liar. I only hope that I haven't given this terrible disease to Charlotte or Fritz. I am not a good man, but they are pure people. Charlotte is a woman of conviction. She doesn't want to be here. She cares only for healing people, as terrible as she may be at doing so. And Fritz is a gentle soul. He doesn't deserve this life. I pray this place does not eat him alive in my absence. Shuddering at the German soldier's last entry, I turned the page to find something unexpected. The Diary of Fritz Vogel, October 27th, 1973. My name is Fritz, and I don't know whether anybody will ever read my father's diary. They will likely never read my logs either. I found his journal while packing my things. I move into a new room in the south wing. Mother is sad to see me go, and I'm scared of the future. But I'm 18 now, and I knew this day would come. Commander Myers still insists that all men become soldiers, all women become nurses or teachers. It has been that way for 30 years. This life seems meaningless to me. So few of us remain, and I found it baffling to read my father's account of this place. Strangers still to imagine a world outside of Tallerberg. He talked of 1,000 people living in this bunker. Well, 3 decades later, there are 500 of us. The White Death lingers, but it's not the threat that it used to be. Of course, we lose people every year, and there aren't many children. There aren't many people left to have children. September 8th, 1974. I only remember this book when my feelings are bubbling over. My father was right. Writing is the only thing that extinguishes the insanity. I've been working with Cuckoo Klein in the laboratory. That's what my friends call him, but he doesn't seem that bad to me. Perhaps I focused too much on my father's journal entries. He talked of a determined, intelligent doctor. That being said, the old man I see is admittedly a little lost. I have been told he still experiments on the prisoners in the abandoned West Wing, but that's nonsense. They all died long ago. As Commander Myers said, the war is over. There's no need to waste precious resources on the enemy. Myers is a very different man from the one that Father described. He's getting old too. February 16th, 1975. I was excited to work in the lab. It sounded better than doing other soldierly duties. Patrolling corridors, guarding the old armory, cleaning toilets. But I'm starting to agree with my friends. Dr. Klein may be crazy. He makes me uncomfortable saying peculiar things. You are sick, but I keep you healthy. Lena told me that he often says that same thing to her. She keeps me from losing my head. December 2nd, 1976. Mother passed. She caught the White Death. Dr. Klein said that the old ones don't have what it takes to beat the sickness. Not like the young blood. The post-war babies. I've asked the commander to assign me to a different department. It took all of my willpower not to thump the doctor in the face for his callous comment about my mother. November 19th, 1989. 13 years had passed, a lifetime in many ways, but life is just as grueling as I remember. Still, it seemed fitting to return to this diary at a momentous juncture of my life. Much has changed in Tallerberg. I am Colonel Fritz Vogel, and I work as Commander Braun's right-hand man. Not that we have many people left to lead. 100 men, women, and children live in Tallerberg. Father often talked of revolutions and escapees, but we do not fear that. All survivors are either too old to leave or too young to know any other life. Braun and I have discussed it before leaving this place, but what lies beyond the fortress? A world that doesn't belong to the Fuhrer. He is dead. That is what Commander Meyer finally admitted on his deathbed, a secret that we must keep. I have not even told my wife, Lena. We had lost the war in 1945, 10 years before I was even born, and this stronghold is the home of the Fuhrer's last men and women. The commander was a selfish man. When he had learned that Germany had lost the war, he told nobody in Tallerberg. He continued the lie, told folk to remain strong and patient. After all, this castle was built to last. Indoor crop fields, water drawn from the snow on the mountain, and 1,000 other advanced machines that made this the perfect haven. A home for a millennium. The commander told us that we were finally free to leave, and he wouldn't stop us. But where would we go? This is the only home the children have ever known. If we were to step foot into the outside world, it would reject us. And that is not the only secret Commander Meyer revealed. The prisoners and their descendants are still alive in the armory. For 35 years, Dr. Klein has been conducting experiments on them. The rumors were true. He's still trying to cure the White Death, and though he has not succeeded, he has developed a treatment that he has been giving to children for decades. That's why we haven't been getting sick. He gives every newborn baby a temporary vaccine, and then he slips treatments into our food. It doesn't work on the old. Something about the vaccine flourishing in young bodies. Dr. Klein must be the luckiest man on earth to have worked so closely with infected patients for nearly 4 decades without becoming sick himself. The man has to be into his 80s. August 31st, 1992. Lena and I have just welcomed our baby girl into the world, Ella, the 3rd generation of the Vogel family to live in this doomed place. That is nothing short of a miracle in these times. There are 72 survivors. Most of the old guard has perished. However, against all odds, Dr. Klein persists. He is the oldest man in the bunker by a country mile. I imagine he has a picture of Dorian Gray stashed somewhere in his room. April 5th, 1995. You must see my work. The doctor said that to me today. He's been trying to show me the armory in the West Wing for years and I've refused. 2 months ago, Commander Braun saw something in there. Something that made him unwell in the head and he took his life. We have no commander now. I don't want to face the same fate. Klein has told me more than I wanted to hear. It's horrible enough to know that those poor prisoners are still alive. Prisoners of a war that ended 50 years ago. Soldiers and civilians. The old and their children and their grandchildren. Lena and I don't believe in any of this. We don't believe in the things that the Fuhrer had said. The idea of a perfect race, what does that even mean? I don't want to know what things our leader did, but based on stories from the old folk, we were on the wrong side of history. They don't believe that, of course. There are fewer people to keep things running, fewer people who know how to fix machinery and grow crops. After Commander Braun died, I disbanded the patrols. I mean, why bother? This is no army. It's a group of scared people hiding underground, too afraid of the world lying behind the door. And worst of all, the White Death has returned. December 21st, 1996. I finally succumbed to the doctor's demands and I joined him in the quarantine zone, the old armory. Over the past year, old age and the White Death have killed every member of the original bunker dwellers other than Dr. Klein. There are roughly 50 people living in this hole and most survivors are under the age of 40. None of us know of the world before the bunker. None of us know of the world beyond the bunker. The end is near, and I've accepted that. Before dying, I had to know what the doctor was doing, and it was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. None of the original prisoners remain. These surviving inmates are the children and grandchildren of the English and French captives. They have known no life beyond the West Wing, beyond their cages in the armory. The German ward of the armory is empty, no sick have survived in there. But that wasn't what horrified me the most. In the prison ward, Klein introduced me to cages of children. They were bloated beyond breaking point, gargantuan, bulging people. Not just their bellies, but their limbs and faces. Their skin was black and green, swollen as if their entire bodies had developed gangrene. The doctor ignored my disturbed reaction and he began to taunt the children, spitting in their cages, calling them vile and sickening names, telling them that God had punished them for their sins, the very sin of being born with regard to the Jewish prisoners. My father was a man of God and that didn't sound right to me. The children said nothing in response. They surveyed us with agonized, glassy eyes that seemed to beg for death. And that was when I snapped. Before I knew what I was doing, I drew my father's ancient revolver and unloaded all 6 rounds into the doctor's back. He did not die immediately, not like any other man. But then Dr. Klein was not really a man. Who knows what experiments he conducted to prolong his life? And as I stood over the doctor, who smiled with the blood pooling in his gums, he told me a terrible secret. Klein found the cure for the White Death before I was even born. A cure that he administered to the young folk before we were born. Not a temporary vaccine as Meyer believed, but a cure. But the side effects could be seen in the cages. Blackened skin, inflated bodies, inhuman eyes. Dr. Klein told me that he found a way to stop the disease from killing us by binding our minds with the bacteria, fusing the host and the bacteria into a singular entity. The body keeps the disease alive and the disease keeps the body alive. But that is no cure. What happened to those children is obscene. Klein had been putting treatments in our food not to treat the disease, but to stop the cure from turning us into monsters. And as he died at my feet, I realized something terrible. Without him, there would be no more treatments. I turned the page to find nothing but manic scribbles. Scribbles that continued throughout the remainder of the book. The occasional word or phrase was legible. Warm, warm, eat heat, eat water. And then my heart raced as I remembered the dark shape that I had seen outside the tent. The looming shadow with large footsteps. Clearly one or more of the Tallerberg residents had survived. Amir, I whispered fearfully. Enzo Flores arrived with Anselm Becker close to 6 in the morning. The snowfall showed no sign of easing, and neither did the temper of the lead workman. I heard him long before I saw him. The man began to roar over the wind, and I unzipped the tent to see 2 figures beneath the harsh glow of the spotlight. "Where is he?" Enzo shouted. "I'll show you," I meekly responded, stumbling out of the tent. We hurried up the mountain, following the bloody trail along the rock face. It had mostly been covered by fresh snow, and I moved quickly, afraid of Enzo catching up to me and giving me a proper scolding. When we had reached the vent's torn entrance, I realized that I hadn't told Mr. Flores of the horrifying revelations that I found in the diary. That was decades ago. There's nobody other than Amir down there. I fearfully and unconvincingly told my rapid heartbeat. "What were you thinking?" The lead laborer screamed over the weather. "I asked him not to follow me," I croakily replied. "And how would that be better?" Enzo asked. "You would have been the one stuck down there, and he wouldn't even know." "It's done now," Anselm softly said, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Well, not until we found him." Enzo huffed, charging into the entrance. I followed our disgruntled leader into the metal tunnel, and his timid worker joined him. After a minute of navigating the winding passageway, we arrived at the hole above the bedroom. "He's in there," I said as Enzo shone his light into the room. "We're back, Amir." There was no response, and before I had even blinked, Enzo jumped through the hole in the vent. He landed on the floor with a feline nimbleness, causing Anselm and I to widen our eyes in shock. "He's not here. Is this the wrong room, Miss Craven?" "What?" I asked, peering into the hole. "No, there's the bed that broke when. This is the room, Mr. Flores." My heartbeat quickened again. Words from the journal sounded in my brain, overlapping in the jarring cacophony. I thought of the underground society in ruins, thought of Fritz Vogel. I wondered what had happened to him and the other inhabitants after the Colonel's final discernible entry in 1996. That was nearly 30 years ago, I reminded myself again. They're all dead now. Well, he's left. Enzo angrily pointed out. Did he fancy a stroll, eh? I don't know, I whispered. And the door is open. Was it open when you were in here? I don't remember. Maybe. No, it wasn't. Right, so he's in this place somewhere. Do you have any idea of the dangers that might lurk down here? Enzo barked. I stammered. I'll pay you more for. Pay me more? The man brayed hysterically. Are you joking? There is no amount of money that covers this. This bunker is nearly a century old. It's falling apart at the seams. Exploring it will kill us. Is that what my life was worth to you, Miss Craven? A few extra pounds. You need to breathe, Enzo, Anselm said. We're coming down and... Well, of course you're coming down, he spat. How do you expect me to live with Amir's death on my conscience? We have to find him. Enzo lifted his broad arms and motioned with his hands. Jump, he bluntly ordered. I think you and I should do this alone, Anselm stated. No, she's coming with us, Enzo said. I didn't argue. I slid my legs over the edge and fell into the laborer's grip. He roughly handled my waist as if meaning to hurt me, and then he delicately helped Anselm down. Moving my flashlight around, nothing in the deserted bedroom looked different, other than the open door. There were no signs left by Amir, none that I noticed anyway. Lead the way, Miss Craven, Enzo said, nodding at the door. I gulped, terrified by the fact that the torch's light seemed to do nothing to permeate the thick sea of blackness beyond the open doorway. And when I left the safe confines of Fritz's room, I found myself standing in a forgotten hallway lined with an endless sea of doors. I looked back at the bedroom door, room 421. I committed that to my memory. How do we find him? I asked. I have no idea, Miss Craven, Enzo sighed. I'm a laborer, not a search and rescue specialist. I was expecting to find a man with a twisted ankle in that room. A simple in-and-out job. Perhaps we should head down the mountain, Anselm said. Find some proper help. Before Enzo or I acknowledged Anselm's wise comment, a distant sound of pain filled the corridor, either groaning metal or a groaning voice. Craven, you said you saw something, Enzo whispered. What exactly did you see? I gulped, my mind breaking. No, it isn't, I don't. A reverberating scream tunneled down the hallway, pinging off the walls. It sent a ripple of shivers down my spine. It was Amir. I appreciate the suggestion, Anselm, but we're not turning around now, Enzo said, lifting the torch. It came from this direction. You're not serious, his worker said. I didn't sign up for this. You told me that we were lifting a guy out of a hole, but this is insane. I mean, what was that sound? It was Amir, I whimpered. No, Anselm said, shaking his head. Before that, you know what I mean. I did, but I didn't want to think about what had made that demonic noise. I want to know what destroyed the ventilation shaft, Enzo said. Nothing's coming to mind, Miss Craven, and your face is growing paler by the second. I'll ask one more time, what did you see? I'm not afraid of what I saw, I whispered, pulling the diary out of my pocket. I'm afraid of what I read. Enzo eyed me frightfully as if reading the secrets of the journal in my petrified gaze. I don't want to know, do I? He whispered knowingly. Let's just find Mr. Langton and leave this place. Anselm uttered a sound of protest, but Enzo had already begun to walk down the hallway, leading us towards the source of the groaning. Holy, Enzo gasped, stopping suddenly. I didn't have to ask. My eyes were drawn to the spot on the floor that he was illuminating. A threadbare soldier's uniform was lying in a mound of dust, the final resting place of some poor, decayed soul. And as we continued along the corridor, we saw others. Through open doorways, we saw uniforms on beds, victims of the White Death, or something worse. I thought of Fritz's final entry, the revelation that Dr. Klein had cured the new generation of Tylerberg. But what had they become? Canteen. Anso said, reading a sign. I assume that means canteen. I nodded, and our leader led us down the corridor that the sign was pointing towards. I felt unsettled about leaving the main hallway. I only hoped that we would be able to find our way back to room 421. Lord above us, save us, Enzo cried, illuminating the deserted dining area. It was filled with long tables and several uniforms of decayed soldiers laying on the benches. Citizens, I should say. In the end, there were no soldiers, only the malformed children of Germans and prisoners. There are fresh footprints in the dust, Enzo said, pointing at the floor. Mr. Langton isn't here, but he's close by. Anselm noted the exit at the far side of the canteen. That way. We headed out of the expansive room, and I quaked as we passed dozens of empty uniforms. Only the clothes weren't empty. The ashy remains of dead bunker dwellers sat within the mounds of attire left behind. But my greater fear lay beyond the eating area. The canteen exited onto another hallway, and Enzo pointed at a long-faded board on the wall. Waffenkammer, he said. The arrow points left. What does that word mean, Miss Craven? I choked tearfully. Armory. Well, the dust trail leads that way, so... No, I interrupted, shaking my head. Not there, we have to leave this place. What? We're not leaving Mr. Langton behind. I don't want to leave him, but I don't want anybody else to. What? Flores pressed. Spit it out, Craven. I know you're keeping something from me. Another unearthly wail sounded from the end of the corridor. There were no doors along the hallway, only one at the end. The entrance to the West Wing. The armory. A prison for the souls cursed with the White Death. Enzo and Anselm began walking down the corridor, and my knocking knees slowed my pace as I unwillingly followed them. The two men had no idea what lay in wait. They only wanted the whole ordeal to end. It would, soon enough. When we had reached the door labeled Waffenkammer, we realized it wasn't much of a door at all. It had been torn in half, and planks of festering wood lay on the floor. A pit of darkness lurked beyond the half-demolished door, and it swung open with a tender push. We entered a narrow walkway lined with metal cages. Each barred section housed abandoned boxes of ammunition, and ancient rifles were attached to the walls. There were worn mattresses and more crumpled uniforms on the floors of the cages. This had been the first ward of the quarantine zone, the German ward. There came another sound, but quieter this time. The pitiful cry of a pained dog. Breathy crying, labored crying. Something's in here, Anselm wailed, his voice bouncing off the walls of the confined corridor. His utterance deadened the crying. A shadow danced along the wall, a shape just beyond the glow of Enzo's light. There was a moment of stillness, no movement or sound. The false calmness at the eye of a storm. And then a moan sounded from the ceiling, followed by a thump. Something had landed between us and the door. We turned to face whatever had trapped us in the armory. Darkness approached. A colossal being darted towards us, a humanoid of such enormity that it could not fit comfortably between the cages of ammunition. Its decaying flesh puckered and creased as it squished its horrible, portly form through the narrow corridor. It was an abomination that should never have walked the surface of Earth. Fritz's final entry did not do the thing justice. Its infected skin oozed darkened sludge and pus. Its eyes were gray, bulbous, and unseeing spears. But it sensed us. The creature swiped at my screeching face, tearing into my flesh, and I braced for what I hoped would be a swift death. However, Enzo Flores stepped between the beast and me, and he was in the creature's grasp before I had even blinked. The dreadful demon distended beyond natural limits. It was somehow holding itself together with rotting, diseased, stretch-marked flesh. "Run!" Enzo yelled, grappling with the thing that used to be a human. Anselm and I fled down the hallway, sobbing at the sounds of squelching and screaming, shredding flesh, crunching bones, that heavy, inhuman breathing. Anselm lit the way with his torch until we saw a door 50 yards ahead, just as the ominous sound ceased. We charged towards it, and the frightened laborer shoulder-barged the door with all of his might. After it burst open, we slipped inside, and a mighty shriek unleashed behind us, the battle cry of something neither living nor dead. "Shut it!" Anselm screamed. I hurriedly slammed the door and fiddled with the rusty lock until it clicked, and then I turned around to find myself facing the ward that matched the description that Fritz Vogel had given. A second line of cages, much like those in the first section of the armory, except the German ward had makeshift rooms, creature comforts, amenities. On the other hand, the quarters in the second hallway were shabby and revolting. Those cages clearly belonged to the prisoners. What exactly was written in that book? Anselm fearfully asked. I shook my head, still weeping. Enzo was right, you don't want to know. Anselm nodded shakily, and we walked along another hallway of ammunition cages that had been transformed into homes for the sick. Bland gray outfits, each bearing a prisoner's number, lay in piles within the cages. The bodies of captives and their children, kept imprisoned decades after the end of the war. A terrifying thought in itself. A thought only interrupted by an awful wheezing noise. Do you hear that? Anselm asked weakly. It sounds like breathing. I moaned in horror. I expected to see another ghoul lurking in the shadows at the end of the corridor, but I realized the sound was coming from my side. And then I cast my torch's light into one of the cages, a room with warped metal bars. Within the room, 2 uniformed prisoners were drenched in blood and dirt. The numbers were concealed by years of filth, and their clothes were ripping at the seams thanks to their bulging forms. Most dreadfully, they were glued together. Their flesh had joined like 2 rotten mounds of clay mushed into one direful entity. The 2 mouths of the entity opened in unison, revealing black, toothless chasms. Warm, they moaned together. Eat warmth. Horrified, I recalled the deranged scribbles of Fritz Vogel. He had said similar things. No, Anselm yelped, lighting a patch of floor beside the conjoined prisoners. I recognized the crumpled heap. 2 crumpled heaps. A mirror. His body had been violently divided at the waist, and his intestines tied the 2 separate halves together. I wailed, mind disintegrating as I eyeballed my friend's undignified corpse. I didn't want to imagine the horror and pain that he had endured in his final moments of life. And as I noted the chunks of flesh missing from his body, along with the fresh red on the lips of the conjoined prisoners, I understood the full, twisted truth. Eat warmth. A booming thud interrupted my thoughts. It's going to break through the door, Anselm whimpered. I was lost in a daze, but the laborer grabbed my shoulders and twisted me to face him. Danica, he said, I'll get you out of here when it passes your cage, run. I didn't respond. Tears painted my petrified face, but the man shoved my detached body into the open cage on the opposite side of the hallway. He switched my torch off and placed a finger to his lips. Moments later, the creature barreled into the ward of the prisoners. I was barely cognizant of Anselm running down the corridor of cages, moving towards the end of the room, but I realized what he was doing. Hey! He screamed at the creature waving his torch. It was over in seconds. The bulbous being, almost supernatural in essence, fired down the walkway passing me. It lunged towards the screaming laborer at the far end of the armory, and awful sounds followed. I slipped out of the cage, fleeing the scene without consciously processing what I was doing. Some primitive urge controlled my physical form, but I managed to twist my head, foolishly locking eyes with the horrible sight at the end of the room. The creature tore Anselm to pieces as if he were breaking bread. The worker didn't have time to utter a sound or make a move, but that isn't why my mouth gaped. The creature's bare back, colored black and green from disease, bore 6 bruised circular wounds. It's not him, I told myself, stifling a scream. I ran faster than my legs should have been able to carry me, and I expected the once person to catch me before I made it to the canteen, let alone the bedroom. But it didn't pursue me. And when I finally returned to reality, I was standing in room 421, gazing up at the hole in the vent. I barely remember how I got there. I know that I waded through the muck of Enzo's half-devoured body, but that memory is a disjointed nightmare. There are blank spots in my mind, a protection mechanism perhaps. After heaving the remaining bunk beds under the vent, I hauled my body onto it. Thankfully, it didn't collapse under my weight, and I managed to pull myself into the metal tunnel. Sobbing, reduced to a broken being, I stumbled through the winding system and finally reached a world dimly lit by the dawning sun. A red hue streaked the sky and the blizzard had quieted. Flecks of snow fell gently and the breeze blew quietly. The mountain felt unnaturally stiff, unaware of the horror that lay beneath its surface. I darted down the slope, eventually falling into the main road of the town below. I was a bawling, unintelligible heap. A local hotel receptionist quickly found me. He was disturbed by the sound of wailing in a town that was ordinarily so peaceful. I told everyone everything. I didn't care how crazy I sounded. They would see for themselves when they entered Tallerberg. And to an extent they did. After breaching the bunker door and exploring the facility, they found so much of what I described. The uniforms of fallen soldiers, the destroyed vent, the blood, even the remnants of my team. But no sign of the monsters. They had escaped. The psychiatrist still tells me that they never existed. After all, what remained of my team members had been found in a pile of rubble at the far end of the armory. A collapsed ceiling had killed them. That remains the official verdict. But I know better, I know what I saw. I have the diary of the Vogels. Most tellingly, I have the scar on my face, a scar that still hasn't healed. It worsens by the day. My blue pupils have been fading to gray, and there's a voice in my head that I don't recognize, one that hungers for something that I don't understand. Warmth. This episode of Creepscast is brought to you by Wild Grain. Wild Grain is the first bake from frozen subscription box for artisanal breads, pastries, and pastas. Wild Grain's boxes are fully customizable to your taste and dietary restrictions. In addition to their classic variety box, they recently launched a new gluten-free box and a plant-based box that is 100% vegan. Best of all, they take the hassle out of baking since all items bake from frozen in 25 minutes or less with no mess or cleanup. I absolutely love Wild Grain. I recently received a box and tried some of the chocolate avalanche croissants and oh my god, they were so good. The perfect treat to start the year. Are you ready to bring all your favorite carbs right to your doorstep? Be sure to check out Wild Grain so that you can begin building your own box of artisanal breads, pastas, and pastries. For a limited time, Wild Grain is offering our listeners $30 off the first box, plus free croissants in every box, when you go to wildgrain.com/MrCreeps to start your subscription. You heard me, free croissants in every box and $30 off your first box when you go to wildgrain.com/MrCreeps. That's wildgrain.com/MrCreeps, or you can use promo code MrCreeps at checkout. I'm selling it, my dad said. I can buy it from you, I pleaded. I've saved up a bit of money. How is that supposed to impress me? He snarled. A kitchen porter. Is that the dream career I imagined for my son? You're 18, it's time to be an adult. So no, I don't give a crap about your money. You're not buying the Xbox for me. You're too old for video games. Yeah, my dad isn't the best, so I didn't try to reason with him. I knew the battle was over before it even began. Out of context, I might sound like a spoiled brat, but that brief snippet of conversation was one of my dad's better moments. I could talk about the time he smashed up my vinyl collection with a cricket bat because it was, and I quote, music for babies. I could talk about the time that he brandished a broken beer bottle as a weapon. Yeah, he's awful, but he's right. I'm hardly a roaring success. I would move out, but my salary couldn't buy me even a shed. Mom died a few years ago and my sister's off at university, so I have to deal with the prick on my own. Of course, that's the least of my worries. I'm terrified of the real world. No, I'm not talking about the real world. I'm talking about the video game. Oh, you haven't heard of it? Yeah, that's the weird thing. I can't find it online. I can't find it anywhere. But my dad found it. Happy birthday, he grumbled. Yesterday it was my 19th birthday. The Xbox incident was a distant memory, so you can imagine my shock when I opened the clumsily wrapped present before me and found myself looking at a PC game. You can play it on the computer in the study, my dad said. I was bewildered. For a few precious moments, I truly believed that he had had a change of heart. The next sentence shattered that naive illusion. It's supposed to teach you about life, he explained. Maybe it'll get you off your butt. He strode to the living room and sat down on his own butt, switching on the TV. Hypocrite. But as double-edged as these swords seemed, I resolved to play the video game and force myself to enjoy it. I wanted to devote every waking hour to it, even if it were a piece of crap. I wanted to waste my life on it just to spite my father. I read the front cover of the game as I walked to the study. The real world, a simulation. It was hardly a descriptive title. The picture on the front displayed a man's black silhouette on a white background. It wasn't a vibrant graphic, but of course it had been enough to entice my duller dad. I slotted the disc into my computer's CD drive and installed the game. The main menu was a blank screen with only one button: play. There were no options for settings, help, or even basic information about the real world. A crappy 2-quid game, I mumbled to myself. I clicked play. The game had a third-person perspective, and I was playing as the little silhouetted man from the cover. I found myself in a white, expansive world. Again, it was much like the image on the CD case. There were 4 different metrics at the bottom of the screen. There was a green bar with the word life beneath it, a blue bar with the word water beneath it, an orange bar with the word food beneath it, and a yellow bar with the word energy beneath it. A small text box was also displayed at the top of the screen. It read, "Welcome to the real world. Survive." The text box disappeared and some small buildings appeared on the not-so-distant horizon. Everything was black and white. The buildings were simply outlined objects. I had to admit that I was intrigued. It had an original aesthetic. Okay, I said to myself. Perhaps the minimalistic game has potential. There were 3 buildings, each was a simplistic structure. The first had a sign that read, "Food." There were 2 long window panes and a door. Through the shop front, I could see long aisles of shelving and a man behind the counter at the back. The second building had a sign that read, "Medical." The windows were white and didn't display its interior. The third building didn't have a sign, but the thatched roof and picket fence suggested it was my character's house. It wasn't much of a world. 3 buildings in a seemingly infinite void of whiteness. I could see myself getting bored of the game mechanics quite quickly, but I decided to give the simplistic simulation a chance. I strolled through the door of the food shop and started to browse the NPC's fine selection of digital grub. That wasn't sarcasm. There was a surprisingly extensive range of food on offer. Whenever I stood before an item of food, a small pop-up box appeared on the screen listing various details. For example, tomato pasta, ready meal, salt, high, sugar, medium, 500 calories. This game developer really wanted to create an authentic shopping experience, I thought to myself. But I went along with it because I was utterly fascinated by the minute details that the game had included. I filled up my shopping basket and walked up to the till. The cashier communicated via text box. "Good day, sir, is that all?" he asked. There were two options, yes or no. I picked the former. "Fantastic, the total cost of your shop is 56 tokens, he replied. "Thank you." A -56 pop-up box flashed at the top of the screen for a few seconds. I had no idea how many tokens I owned. The game hadn't mentioned anything about currency of any kind. Oh, what are tokens, I wondered, and how do I earn more? I left the shop and strolled over to the medical building. When I tried to enter the door, however, a beep emitted from the speakers, and then a text box explained. Opening hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I looked at the time on my computer. 6:14 p.m. I hadn't expected it to be a real-time simulator. Still, I was content to skip the medical center. What I really wanted was to explore my house. I sprinted to the door and swung it open. No need to lock one's door in the middle of a white, featureless expanse, I supposed. My bemused demeanor quickly vanished when I stepped inside. "What the heck?" I murmured. It was my house, my real house. With my heart pounding furiously in my chest, I explored every crevice of the outlined home. It was an exact replica, down to every last piece of furniture. Sweat poured down my face and I started to descend into a full-blown panic. I'm not one to overreact to things, but I immediately had a dreadful feeling about this game. Something about the real-life rendition of my real-life home had unnerved me. It felt like a violation, it felt intrusive, and it felt sinister. I was interrupted by a rumbling in my belly. It was time to make dinner and confront my dad about what was happening. I thought it might be a fake game that he had specifically designed to mess with me. A second before I closed the game window, I noticed something odd. A text box appeared on the screen. "You're hungry, time to unload your shopping and eat." It was a coincidence, surely. That was what I told myself at the time. Yet a bitter chill coursed through my body. I closed the game and switched off my PC. No more of that nonsense. I bounded down the stairs and strolled into the kitchen to make dinner for my dad and me. I'm the cook. That's the condition I must fulfill to live in my dad's house rent-free. I often offer to pay rent, but he always changes the topic of conversation. The man loves power, and this fake simulation game, I decided, was simply his latest power trap. It's not real. I made a roast dinner, hoping to put my dad in a good mood. He had barely seated himself before I grilled him for information. "Oh, where did you find that game?" I asked. Some website. Are you learning some hard truths about reality?" "Dad, did you commission a custom game to be made? Like, how much did it cost?" "What the heck are you blabbering on about?" he growled. "The house is in the game. It's an exact replica of ours," I replied. "I actually think it's pretty cool, fair play. Thanks for going to the effort." "I don't really understand the joke," my dad said. "Look, just Google the name of the game, okay? Jesus, I thought kids were supposed to be tech geniuses. But make sure you wash the dishes first. I'm going to bed." And that was the end of the conversation. I was a little surprised at myself for not thinking to Google the game immediately, actually. It didn't make any difference, though. There was nothing about the real world on the internet. I found an online forum that discussed all manner of dark practices, and some users suggested that veil breaking could untie my soul from this evil force. But I couldn't find anything about that practice online. I decided there was only one way to learn more. I had to keep playing. My stomach rumbled again. I had just wolfed down an entire roast dinner, but I somehow felt even hungrier. As I loaded the game, I reached for some crisps and started to munch away. I finished them and still felt hungry. The real world had picked up exactly where I had left it. No main menu, no play button. I was still in the house. My stomach groaned. It was a little more insistent this time. I felt a stabbing pain in my gut, and that pop-up window lingered on the screen telling me to feed my character. Coincidences usually make me chuckle, but this one didn't. Horrible thoughts swam in my busy mind. Horrible ideas of what might be happening to me. Ideas that would soon be confirmed. My character was still holding the bag of food. I strolled over to the fridge and selected the unload option, and then browsing the options, I chose the tomato pasta ready meal. I microwaved it for a few minutes, plated it up, and sat at the dinner table and selected the pop-up eat option. My character started to eat, and his orange food bar suddenly filled up. He drank, and his blue water bar filled up. And much to my horror, I found that my belly stopped rumbling. I suddenly felt replenished, and worst of all, I could taste the food and water in my mouth. I jolted to my feet, falling backwards and taking my desk chair with me. I lay motionless for a few seconds, and then I propped myself up on my elbows and looked up at the monitor in a state of pure terror. My body was violently shaking and my mind was starting to slip into a state of panic. What the heck is happening, I thought. What actually is happening? Another text box appeared at the top of the window. You only have 10 tokens. Would you like to earn more? The yes and no options had returned. I sprang to my feet, limbered up and took a deep breath, and I picked up my desk chair. Sitting down, I selected the yes option. The text box updated. You can complete a challenge for 1,000 tokens. Do you accept? If this digital character truly were a voodoo doll of me, I would only have 2 options. I could run out of the tokens needed to buy digital food and starve to death in real life. Or I could blindly accept the challenge and stand a chance of surviving. I chose survival. Yes. The screen blackened for a whole minute. My body clenched and my breathing quickened. I watched in sheer dread, terrified that I had broken the game and resigned myself to the fate of dying by thirst, starvation, or perhaps even sleep deprivation. I could only assume that I was linked to the doll in every way, shape, and form. The horrifying consequences of that truth only hit me when the challenge had loaded. A timer appeared at the top of the screen. 5 minutes. It started to count down. 5 minutes to achieve what exactly? My silhouetted character returned, but he was now a white figure against a black background. White outlines of shapes started to appear on the screen. I soon realized that I was faced with an obstacle course. A text box briefly flashed. Watch your health and energy. Run, time is slipping away. I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted down the long, narrow passageway before me. It was a rather derivative and stereotypical obstacle course, but when the stakes are life and death, those cliches start to become a little more petrifying. I paused, staring at the swinging axes that blocked my path. 4 minutes 16 seconds on the timer. I didn't have time to think, I just had to act. I sprinted recklessly through the sea of rocking blades and held my breath until I safely made it to the other side. That wasn't so hard, I could do this. A watery, crocodile-filled pit lined with lily pads. Easy. I leapfrogged my way across. 3:49. I could already see the doorway with the finish above it. Just a few more obstacles. But why did I suddenly feel completely fatigued? My energy bar, it was empty. A text box popped up. You'll be penalized for moving too quickly. Suddenly my character was levitating in the air. I felt my stomach lurch and I realized that I was no longer sitting on my desk chair. My body was starting to lift into the air, and I found myself suspended a few feet above the ground. I didn't want to call for help from my father. He would have fled and never returned. And plus, for all I knew, he had purposely dabbled in some dark ritual to create the game. Instead, I bit my quivering lips so viciously that it drew warm blood, which started to trickle down my chin. A stream of tears broke through the floodgates, drenching my cheeks. I watched the character on my screen, waiting to see what horrendous fate awaited us. 317. To recover your energy, choose a handicap. I didn't understand the instructions, and then I saw two options on the screen. A. Lose 20 seconds on the timer. B. Twist an ankle. I couldn't afford to lose another 20 seconds. I was already wasting time. I stretched my hand forward, still hovering in the air but desperately wrestling with the paranormal force that had suspended me. I managed to grab the mouse and wiggle it onto the second option. Twisting an ankle would be painful, but I had a terrible feeling that it might cost my life to lose the challenge and the tokens. I clicked. What followed was the most painful experience of my life. I expected a sprained ankle. What I was actually given was a mutilated ankle. The entity which operated the game snapped my left ankle in a 180-degree rotation, leaving my foot facing the wrong direction and causing my bone to protrude through a bloody, gaping wound above my heel. I screamed at the top of my lungs. I screamed until I threw up. My dad shouted something from downstairs. I couldn't hear him over my agonized wailing. He didn't come to check on me. I collapsed into my desk chair, left leg rendered a shaking, useless mess. My character looked much the same. 251. Feeling faint, I placed my unsteady hands on the keyboard and pushed forwards at a much slower pace. I made it through a passage of deadly darts, and all that remained was a small stretch of hallway before the exit. 1:17. I hobbled forwards, sobbing at the blazing sensation of my left ankle, and the massive amount of blood loss, no doubt. My character was waddling at a glacial pace. 59 seconds. Suddenly the walls of the passageway started to move inwards. They were closing on my character. They were closing in on me. Not like this, I whimpered. Being compressed between two walls seemed like a death too excruciating to possibly imagine. 41 seconds. I was confident that I could reach the door in less than 41 seconds, but I wasn't confident that I could reach the door before being crushed to death. 30 seconds. Just a few more steps. The walls were starting to touch my character's shoulders. I couldn't move quickly enough. I could feel the pressure against my real shoulders. I started to accept my fate as pain coursed through my body. I heard cracking sounds in my joints, and I started to pull my arms inwards, attempting to save any other limbs from being mutilated. In a miraculous turn of events, the wall stopped moving. I found myself squeezing through the world's tiniest passage, but I hadn't been crushed. I was alive. 12 seconds, just a few more steps. 8 seconds, a few more. 3. I made it. With 3 seconds to spare, I reached the door. The screen faded to black, and then I found myself back in my character's house. I had never been so happy to see an award on a video game. Plus 1,000 tokens. I cried joyously, frantically pulling out my phone and calling an ambulance. The rest of the night is a blur. I know that I spent it in the A&E. The problem is that I wasn't thinking clearly. I was in so much pain and I had lost so much blood. I forgot that I needed to keep playing the simulation. I'm trapped in the hospital and my left leg has been patched up, but it certainly isn't operational. I can already feel the hunger pangs. and I slept for 10 hours according to the nurse, but I'm so tired. I haven't eaten or slept in the game. I don't know how much longer I can leave my character unattended. I have two options. I get home to the real world, or I find a way to break this curse. Time is running out. I left the hospital. I couldn't avoid the real world. My character was withering away and I was following suit. Firstly, to update all of you, I tried to resolve the situation while I was in the hospital. I called my girlfriend Darcy and asked her to play the game for me. She didn't accuse me of lying, but she thought that I had hit my head and imagined the entire thing. She suggested that I get help. I said that I would do whatever she wanted, but I just wanted her to go over to my house and take care of my character. I wanted her to do it for me. Okay, I'll go to your house and play the game, but I'm coming to the hospital after work. I want to see you. I love you. That was the last thing that Darcy had said before hanging up. When she stopped replying to my text, I found myself succumbing to intrusive thoughts about awful scenarios that might have taken place. What if the game had chosen her as its new host? What if my dad caught her and hurt her? I had to go home. As I hobbled out of the building on crutches, I looked down at my left foot, which was being held together by a metal rod. Still, there was no physical evidence that less than a day prior, it had been a mangled mess. And yet I experienced a phantom sensation. My foot still felt as if it were twisted around. I still endured excruciating pain. Maybe I need to take my injured character to the medical center, I thought. The taxi driver attempted to engage in small talk about my injury, but my mind was vacant. My eyesight had become hazy and I had a throbbing headache. I was experiencing dehydration, starvation, sleep deprivation, and possibly blood loss. My character was suffering, so I was suffering. When I leapt out of the taxi, I was on the verge of passing out. I burst through the front door, ready to apprehend my dad and ask him what he had bought for me. Where did you find the game? Are you trying to kill me? I imagined the things that I would say. But my dad wasn't home. I didn't think anything of it. I was close to collapsing, and I sprinted to the study and found that the computer was still switched on. The game window for the real world was open. I slumped into my chair and hurriedly raced into action. Drink was my first move, and my throat soon felt soothed. Eat followed, and the searing pain in my stomach subsided. Then I moved my character to the upstairs bedroom and selected sleep. Though I, the real me, remained awake, I slowly started to feel revitalized. I had survived by the skin of my teeth. The knot in my chest started to loosen, if only a little. Everything in the real world happens in real time, of course, so I realized I would have to leave my character in bed for several hours. I was still drained of energy, but after an hour or so of digital sleep, I no longer felt entirely depleted. My character's energy bar was gradually filling up. I decided that it was time to figure out how to stop the madness. I had work to do. Of course, I didn't want to exert too much real-life energy, but I still wasn't exactly sure of the mechanics behind this computerized voodoo doll magic. And that was why I started to browse the internet on my phone, searching for answers. There was no time to waste. I revisited the forum that I mentioned in the first post. I found the user, Guest17, who had told me about something called veil breaking. It's the act of recovering a soul from the world of the dead. I told Guest17 that it didn't really seem applicable to my predicament. This was his exact reply. Think about it. Veil breaking allows you to move your soul between realities. It might detach you from the voodoo doll, given that your soul seems to currently be tied to it. Yeah, I wasn't buying any of that. I didn't want to add more curses to the pile. That being said, it wasn't a fruitless chat. I knew that I needed some sort of magic solution, and so I asked Guest17 where he learned so much about veil breaking. And that's when he popped up in my private messages on the forum. Not everything's on Google, you know. With a link that was redacted. The link was an invitation to a Discord server called XI. I knew that it was sketchy, but I was out of options. I couldn't depend on a video game for the rest of my life. I couldn't keep completing deadly challenges, living every moment in utter dread. It had to stop. I accepted the invite. The server had 547 members, and they seemed obsessed with all manner of supernatural things. There were numerous rooms, discussion, entities, exorcisms, heart charms, navigators of the void, veil breaking, voodoo, witchcraft, 11. I immediately went to the voodoo section and explained my predicament. I know nothing about the supernatural, but it certainly seemed that somebody had made a virtual voodoo doll of me. I hope that somebody on the forum might be able to help. The first reply was a little harsh. Effigies aren't actually linked to voodoo culture, you filthy casual. Who let you onto the server? It's private. Fortunately, one of the other replies were a little friendlier. Yeah, our Ren is right, but he's also not the nicest. You're in serious danger. Technological magic is the specialty of RipRip78, message him. So I messaged RipRip78 and I waited and waited, but no reply. Around 3 p.m., 6 hours after returning from the hospital, my stomach started to rumble. Really, my character's sleeping and he ate before going to bed, I thought to myself, sighing. I looked at the game window for the real world and my jaw froze. My character's food bar was practically full. It dawned on me that I didn't just have to keep myself alive in the game. I still had to eat, drink, and sleep in the real world. I would have to survive through 2 different bodies. I stumbled into the darkened kitchen, overcome with a terrible feeling of powerlessness. How long can I keep this up? I wondered, as I eyeballed the ready meal that was rotating in the microwave. I'd have to keep performing deadly challenges to earn tokens and keep working in the real world to earn money. My manager had taken me off the kitchen rota while I recovered, but there were still real-life bills to be paid, and it seemed my dad had finally left town, so he wasn't going to be paying his way. I strolled back into the study, tucking into my bowl of macaroni and cheese. Still no reply from RipRip78. While I waited, I decided that I had to do something about the agonizing pain in my foot. It had been treated in the real world, but it still had the phantom sensation of being twisted and mutilated. I looked at the game window. My character's health bar had been depleted to the extent that it was orange in color. If I could heal him, perhaps my real-world pain would subside. It was worth a try. I decided that 6 hours of rest would be sufficient, so I tore my character out of bed. It was time to finally explore the medical building. I had to be quick. It would be shutting shortly after all. My character limped out of the front door, facing the white nothingness of the horrendous landscape. Turning to my right, I strolled over to the building beside me. This time, the door wasn't locked. I strolled through it, feeling uneasy about the potential horrors that might lie within. I had expected a local health clinic. I had expected to be told that I needed to ring and come back when I had an appointment, but instead I was faced with a bizarrely enormous hospital. There was an expansive waiting area, and it was overflowing with silhouetted NPCs. This was even more detailed than the shop. There had been jolly elevator-style music in the food store. In the medical building, however, there were sparse, dissonant piano notes playing. It filled me with both sorrow and horror in equal measure. There was something wrong with the idea of cold piano planks being chosen as the background music for a building filled with such life, even though it was artificial life. Additionally, the building, like a TARDIS, was far larger on the inside. In the center of the open-plan ground floor, there was a staircase which led up to numerous levels. Moving my character's POV upwards, I could see the interior of the hospital building, all the way up to the very top floor. The staircase zigzagged upwards. I counted 6 levels to the building. Remembering why I came, I walked over to the reception desk. I prayed for a brief break from realism. No waiting times and no need for appointments. Just let me see the doctor. And my wish was granted. The silhouetted woman spoke through text boxes, much like the cashier at the food shop. Hello, my name's Kira. How can I help you? I need to see a doctor. I want to volunteer. The second option unnerved me. Volunteer to do what? I wondered. I selected the first option, obviously. Dr. Ted will see you on the 3rd floor, room 319. That'll cost 500 tokens, thank you. Figures, I thought, watching the -500 pop-up window come and go. I strolled up the stairs, trying my best to ignore the haunting piano music that filled this eerie white, black outline building. I thought about muting the game, believe me, but two things stopped me. One, I didn't want the game to penalize me again. I might not survive my next trip to the hospital. And two, I didn't want to miss anything. For all I knew, I might miss something important if I were to mute the game. I decided to soldier onwards, weaving in and out of silhouetted doctors and civilians. When I reached the 3rd floor, I followed the numbers until I reached room 319. I strolled inside and a silhouetted doctor was waiting for me. A text box appeared. My name is Dr. Ted. What seems to be the problem? I have a headache. I have a mental health problem. I severed a bone in the challenge. I selected the sadistic option at the bottom, obviously. It felt as if the game were tormenting me. It knew exactly why I had come into the medical building. I was horrified by the prospect of some intelligent entity watching my every move and terrorizing me. Another text box popped up. Let me have a look. Okay, that's an easy fix. Seconds later, the pain in my real-life ankle had subsided. My character stood upright, seemingly better. Thank you, Archie Bolton. Come again. My blood turned to ice in my veins. I had never specified my name while playing the game. The real world knew me. Of course it knew me. Why should I be so shocked by that? And yet, something about seeing my name on the screen made the curse feel so much more unbelievably frightening. The torture felt personal, I suppose. With full bars across the board, I exited room 319 and strolled over to the 3rd floor balcony that overlooked everything from the ground floor below to the very top floor. Every moment of time that I spent in the game was chilling, but I didn't see what other option I had. There had still been no reply from RipRip78 on my phone. I had to learn about the mechanics of the real world. If I could figure out the game, maybe I could beat it. And that was when I noticed something. The dissonant piano was no longer the only audible sound in the hospital. I could hear voices, shouting. I saw movement on the other side of the building. Silhouetted NPCs were dragging two squirming silhouettes along the 2nd floor hallway. Where the heck are we? A girl wailed. Let me go, a man bellowed. I immediately recognized both voices. The girl was Darcy and the man was my dad. Unable to accept this dreadful twist in the game's vendetta against me, I found myself disassociating from everything. There was ringing in my ears as I fervently struggled to process what was happening. I scrambled for some sort of explanation, but I had nothing. I moved my characters down the stairs, exiting down to the 2nd floor, following the silhouetted figures from a safe distance. I hoped with every fiber of my being to ascertain that they were not, in fact, capturing my girlfriend and my dad. The large group of striding shadows entered a door on the right. The sign above it read, Surgery. I burst through the doorway, throwing caution to the wind in my blind panic. Behind the door, of course, was yet another narrow hallway, and I could hear Darcy at the end of the corridor. She was bawling her eyes out. Darcy, I bellowed. She didn't respond, but she kept crying. I had a microphone connected to my computer, but I realized that Darcy probably couldn't hear me. The game had no settings after all. There was no option to switch a microphone on and off. I was unable to communicate. and so I watched helplessly as the 5 silhouetted NPCs dragged Darcy and my dad into an operating room on their left. I realized that long windows spanned the entire hallway, so I could see into the room. My hands froze on the keyboard and I stood and watched. The voices within the room were muffled, but Darcy was shouting at such volume that I could hear her clearly. "What have you done with us? What is this place?" she cried. "I'll kill you," my dad raged, frothing at the mouth. The 5 silent NPCs started to strap my girlfriend and my dad to 2 separate operating tables. The hospital's background music became foreground music. The slightly out-of-tune piano plinks now resonated powerfully atop the screams of the 2 victims. Even in such a desolate world of black, outlined shapes painted against a white backdrop, everything felt real. In fact, what followed was the most real thing I've ever seen. I could see one of the NPCs fiddling on a computer, as if they had transmitted a message to me. A pop-up box appeared on my screen and it read, "How should we proceed? Save them, minus 10,000 tokens. Kill them, plus 10,000 tokens." I repeatedly clicked save them, but a deafening buzzing noise sounded with every click, and the same message incessantly popped up. Insufficient tokens. "Well, give me a challenge to earn some tokens then." I screamed at the screen, tears rolling down my cheeks. Another window popped up. Only the original player can operate the simulated character. Unauthorized players must face trial in the real world. Select an option. Save them, minus 10,000 tokens. Kill them, plus 10,000 tokens. I placed my face in my palms and sobbed. Truthfully, I didn't give a moment's thought for my villainous father. I was thinking of Darcy and only Darcy, the beautiful red-headed girl who radiated such warmth and vibrant color. And now she was reduced to a black silhouette, writhing on an outlined operating table. Another window popped up. "Pick an option, you have 10 seconds. You won't let me pick the option that I want," I blubbered. "The offer is timed out. The real world has chosen to kill them." "No!" I screeched. One of the figures picked up a large bucket and started pouring a white liquid with a black outline over Darcy's body. Horrifyingly as loudly as she screamed, her voice was mostly lost in the sea of piercing piano notes that seemed to be building towards a vile crescendo. As the piano played, cheapening to the very real terror that my girlfriend was enduring, I had never felt so utterly powerless and petrified. She emitted a scream that I'm sure barely began to express the grueling brutality of her suffering. As the white liquid poured over Darcy, her body started to melt, transforming before my eyes from a black silhouette into a black pool of liquid. Her final pained wail swiftly transitioned into a haunting and warbling whisper, as if she were gargling water, and she became a black, gooey liquid that trickled down the sides of the outlined operating table. I could not speak, I could not blink, I could not move. "Don't you bring that near me," my dad growled. "No! Let me out of these restraints. Let's fight properly." And I hated him. I hated my dad more than I had ever hated anything. He bought the real world as a form of psychological torture, even if he hadn't quite anticipated the horrors that would unfold. It was his fault that Darcy was dead. "Hey," my dad shouted. "Who's watching us from the hallway? Is that Archie? Are you playing the game, Archie? It's your dad, help." I didn't respond. I was completely devoid of feeling for the monster in the shackles. "Archie," my dad yelled, seemingly stung by my inaction. He soon showed his true colors. "You waste of space. I nearly smothered you in your sleep when you were a kid, you know. Could have crushed you like a bug. I should have done it, I should have." I locked my gaze onto Darcy's liquefied body, tears stinging my eyes and dread consuming my heart as the NPC with the bucket started to pour. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my dad melt into the same pool as Darcy. It was a gruesome sight, even though I despised him. His screams rapidly dissipated. Everything was still. There was no sound other than the sinister piano melody that played ceaselessly. I wiped the tears from my eyes and looked at my screen. As I watched the NPCs, my heart started to thump frantically against the inside of my ribcage. The motionless silhouettes were facing the window. They were facing me. Pulling me back into the real world, my phone buzzed. RipRip78 had replied. The figures started to exit the operating room. Petrified, I made my character run towards the hallway door and sprint onto the second-floor balcony. All of the NPCs in the medical building were immobilized. Their bodies, however, swiveled on the spot so that they were always facing me. Avoiding them, I ran down the stairs. I didn't know whether the 5 silhouetted monsters from the operating room were still chasing me, but I didn't stop to check. Hurtling across the main lobby, I weaved between the swiveling statues. They littered the waiting area and followed my every move with their empty faces. I reached the main hospital door, turned left, and tried to ignore the splitting pain in my sides. My energy bar was rapidly draining. I was surprised to find my house door unlocked, as I thought the game might lock me out and leave me to whatever twisted fate the NPCs had in mind. The second that I was inside, I closed the door and selected the lock option, and I backed towards the kitchen. Multiple text boxes started to pop up, indicating that the 5 murderous NPCs were in fact at my front door. Let us in. Do you want to earn 5,000 tokens? Let me in. You can just let me in. Forget the others. 50,000 tokens. Feeling utterly depleted and not yet brave enough to look at RipRip78's message, I moved my character to the fridge and looked inside. Nothing. It was empty. Another punishment, I assumed. Instead, I filled up a glass of water from the tap and both my water and energy bars started to replenish. But I was still so hungry. And then a window popped up. For the sake of realism and immersion, certain food items are kept outside of the fridge. Suddenly, there is a bouncing arrow over the fruit bowl on my character's dining table. There were still some pixelated apples inside. I ran over, selected eat, and breathed a sigh of relief as the ache in my gut began to ease. Another pop-up window appeared. Uh-oh, it looks like your fruit might be moldy. As my character bent forwards and started to projectile vomit a black substance, I felt an unsettled grumble in my real-life stomach. Ah, crap. I expected vomit, but I should have known that the grueling simulation would have something much more sickening in store for me. I bent forwards, mirroring my character's position, feeling a blazing sensation in the back of my throat. I projectile vomited a thick black gooey substance that looked identical to the one my character had just produced. Knees knocking together as I trembled in terror, a second wave of black vomit, thick in consistency, flew from my mouth. This time, something horrific was moving in the black substance that was coating my computer desk. Caterpillars. Hundreds and hundreds of caterpillars wriggling and drowning in the thick, unidentifiable black bile that surrounded me. They had come out of me. Screaming at the terrifying sight before me, I was even more horrified to see the caterpillars slowly morph into black goo, much like my dad and Darcy. They became one with the evil substance that was dripping from my desk. The creatures unleashed a tiny chorus of haunting wails as they melted. As far as I know, caterpillars don't wail, but the real world doesn't exactly abide by the laws of nature. Whether in the game or reality, I was taunted by another pop-up message. Whoops, just like the real world, you can't always trust fruit. Looks like some hungry little caterpillars found their way into your apples. With my sleeve, I wiped the repulsive bile from my lips and finally picked up my phone. I opened Discord. A message from RipRip78. Firstly, don't delete the game. It needs to be destroyed with a ritual. We're not just trying to destroy the effigy, we're trying to sever the connection. I read your message and I'm sorry for the late reply, but I've spent the last few hours developing a game extension for you. It's essentially a virus. Put the attachment in the main folder for the real world. I know you shouldn't download files from a stranger, but you don't really have a choice. Time is not your friend. You're gonna have to trust me. The file was called ritual.gc. I asked him about the file extension. I'm not a tech whiz, but I've never seen the GC file type before. It's gray code. Take a look in the folder for the real world. I did. The real world, index.gc. That was the only file in the folder, so naturally, I asked him about gray code. It's evil stuff. Probably the worst kind of tech magic. I would rather not talk about it. You should not mess with it. I've only ever programmed something in gray code once. Well, I guess that I've now done it twice. Yeah, I don't know whether that ritual.gc file can help, but your dad didn't tell you anything about where he found the game or who made it. With the knowledge that I have at my disposal, this is the best that I can do. I downloaded the file and put it into the folder. Okay, I developed a 2-part ritual in gray code. It's based on stuff I read about destroying physical voodoo dolls, so let's hope that it works for digital ones. Within the game, when you've installed my extension, you're going to cleanse your character with fire, and then you're going to cleanse it with water. You won't have much time to complete the ritual. The entity is going to fight hard to keep you as its host. The next pop-up window read, "Extension has been successfully installed. Cheat code detected. Penalty for seeking help outside the simulation. Break a leg, minus 10,000 tokens. Lose an eye, plus 100,000 tokens." I didn't have 10,000 tokens, and the game knew that. I told RipRip78, hoping that he would be able to help me. Ignore its demands, focus on the ritual. The installation of my extension must have actually worked. I told you that the game wouldn't give up without a fight. Just keep going. You should see the golden doorway that I created. Has it appeared? Another pop-up window. Do not enter. Suddenly a pixelated golden doorway appeared in the middle of the kitchen. I was a little mesmerized by the sudden burst of color on my screen. The door oozed with warmth in the midst of that barren black and white outlined environment. Finally, I had found a slim spark of hope in the heart of such a dismal place. My joy was short-lived, however, as the next text box violently displayed itself. Offer is timed out. You do not have 10,000 tokens, so the real world has selected the only available option. Congratulations, you're about to earn 100,000 tokens. Lose an eye plus 100,000 tokens. My body clammed up. Flooded with a feeling of revulsion, I started to notice a sensation at the back of my retina. It was a prodding sensation, as if somebody were gently tapping a ball with a snooker cue. The gentleness quickly transformed into a brutish thumping. I wailed in agony, clutching at my left eye with both hands and trying to stop it from being forcefully removed from its socket. I could feel an excruciating tearing sensation. My phone was pinging with messages from RipRip78, but I was flailing wildly on my desk chair, futilely striving to save my eye. I felt something warm trickle down my hands, blood. It started to trickle down my face too. Over my piercing screeches of agony, I could barely hear the squelching noise of my eye being peeled from its home. Eventually, there was an unimaginable painful tug, and my left eyeball was suddenly in my hands. Half of my vision was gone. I tentatively lowered my palms, and my eyeball cascaded into them. It swam in a murky river of blood which was fed by a waterfall from my eye socket. I looked at the monitor with my remaining eye and saw my character clawing at his face in horror. I didn't think the silhouettes had eyes to lose, but perhaps I was wrong. Another pop-up. Would you like emergency medical care to stop the bleeding for minus 100,000 tokens? Twitching in a mixture of pain and shock, I shakily moved the mouse over to yes and clicked. The dripping from my eye socket abruptly halted. Something had stemmed the bleeding. I didn't dare look for a mirror to see how it looked. I thought that I might pass out. Tell me what's happening. You need to go through the door. The entity will be trying to destroy my code. I don't know how much time you have. I didn't need to be told again. I started to move my character toward the doorway. The game hurled numerous pop-up windows at me, obscuring my character's POV. All of your tokens have been deducted. Minus 50 energy stop, you need to rest. You will be penalized. Pushing forwards as RipRip78 had instructed, I flew through the golden door. The chaos ceased. The pop-up windows vanished and the metrics at the bottom of my screen were suddenly full again. I found myself in a pitch-black void lit by a circle of 11 pixelated candles. They ever so slightly illuminated my silhouetted character, who was mostly submerged in the darkness of the endless, empty landscape. Alright, right, you're in the room I created. I included some code to keep your bars full for a little while, but we need to be quick. Pick up one of the candles and set your character on fire. This should, if I've developed it properly, cleanse your effigy. The game will no longer have a link to the inside of your real body. I immediately moved my character over to one of the candles. The option, Set Self Ablaze, appeared. But before I had a chance to click anything, a window abruptly popped up. Penalty. Without any instructions or offers, the toll was extracted. My left wrist suddenly snapped backwards and I yelped in pain, and one meager tear trickled from my remaining eye. I had nothing left to give. Even the horrifying torture was no longer evoking powerful reactions from me. I was gradually fading into the icy embrace of death. My left hand was flopped backwards over my wrist. I was completely incapacitated. I don't need it, I weakly thought to myself. As I continued moving my mouse with my right hand, I clicked on the option to Set Self Ablaze. My character combusted in less than a second and I winced, preparing myself to meet the same fate in real life. But I didn't. I was fine. I didn't feel the scorch of fire against my skin. And within moments, the inferno had extinguished, as had the 11 candles which encircled my character. He was no longer drowning in the darkness. My black silhouetted effigy was now a white silhouette. Good, it should be white. That means the first step of the ritual worked. You've severed the tie between your insides and the doll's insides, but we can't stop there, you're still connected. Your character has been reduced to a shell, but its outer body still has a connection to you. The game can still hurt you from the outside. Give me your address, I need to call an ambulance for you. Your injuries sound serious. When this is over, you'll need help. As if the real world had read RipRip78's message, another window suddenly displayed itself on the screen. Complete challenge for 1 million tokens. I didn't even have any options to choose. The window simply disappeared, replacing itself with one that read, "You selected a yes." The black landscape reverted back to the white one which I was so familiar with. My white silhouette had a black outline, much like the objects that were now forming across the game's environment. That means it's rewriting part of my code. The lake should be safe for now, I protected it. However, time is slipping away from us. This is the last part of the ritual. Enter the lake, cleanse your character, and it should safely disintegrate, severing your tie with the game once and for all. That was all well and good, but RipRip78 couldn't see what I could see. A maze was starting to build itself before me, and I had a feeling that the real world was concealing a lake right at the heart of it. This was the challenge. And don't trust the game, it doesn't want you to reach the lake. It wants to keep you trapped forever. I ignored RipRip78's warning and pressed forward into the labyrinth of threats that I was sure awaited me. Sprinting down a long tunnel, I entered the white, featureless maze. I had no idea which way to turn, but the game had a sadistic solution for that. The correct route will now be highlighted, and obstacles on dangerous routes will be activated. I sobbed in terror, looking at my broken wrist and tenderly raising my right hand towards my mangled left eye. There were 2 passageways before me, and spikes suddenly protruded from the floor and walls on the right-hand route. Drawing a deep breath, I started to move my character toward the left passageway, but then I stopped. What had RipRip78 said? Don't trust the game. I realized that it wanted me to avoid the dangerous route. It wanted me to take the safe one. Looking down at my real-life feet, I felt my lip quiver in fear. This is going to hurt, I whispered to myself. I seized my last shred of bravery and charged along the right-hand route. The spikes were small, but they were sharp. Each step inflicted a new wound in my skin, bombarding me with waves of searing pain in the nerve endings of my feet. I could feel a puddle of blood starting to form across the study floor, but I didn't look down. My eyes were firmly fixated on the game and the challenge ahead. Reaching the end of the spiked passageway, I cried from a mixture of relief and horror. With renewed confidence and purpose, I pushed forwards. The next dangerous correct route was filled with the slithering pixelated outlines of small snakes. A pop-up window appeared. Take the safe path to avoid a penalty. I ignored it and ran through the narrow tunnel of hissing snakes. Weaving my character in and out of them, I believed that I might actually make it through the passage unscathed, but I was wrong. I screamed out in pain. One of them bit me. It didn't actually hurt as much as the spikes, but I had been psychologically prepared for those. I hadn't prepared myself for the possibility of being bitten. My character hopped from side to side in pain, and I let out a long exhale, deciding to keep moving. But the game informed me of something dreadful. Whoops, that snake was venomous. It looks like you need to administer an antidote within the next 60 seconds. I was feverish, and I had a feeling that it was nothing to do with the wave of fear coursing through my veins. Something else was coursing through my body. Buy an antidote, minus 1 million tokens. Sacrifice a friend, plus 0 tokens. A black silhouetted figure fell from the top of the screen, landing on the floor before my character. A voice started to sound over the speakers. "Archie," the man's voice cried. "It's Steve, I mean RipRip78. God, I need your help, man. If you type the following sequence on your keyboard, you can override this hex. X9B. But his talking ceased. Steve's pleas continued, but they were reduced to muffles, as if the game had sealed his mouth or simply turned down his volume. Before I had a chance to act, the game chose for me. You do not have any tokens. You have chosen to sacrifice Steve. I didn't know whether I could live with another death on my conscience. Filled with terror, I begged the malevolent game to reconsider. "Wait," I yelled. "May I choose to not receive an antidote?" There is a pause as Steve's silhouette squirmed in the floor of the maze, pinned down by some invisible force. The game presented another text box. "Death is not an option. You have chosen to sacrifice Steve." Was he a friend? I mean, I didn't know him, not really, but I had heard his voice. He had fought to save my life, and he certainly felt like a friend, and his death was a truly harrowing spectacle. Steve's silhouetted body wriggled on the ground, and his arms and legs were plucked quickly and cleanly from his torso, as if some demented psychopath were butchering a microscopic ant in the playground. Without the antidote, I was starting to fade. Maybe that was a blessing. It meant that I barely registered as Steve's final torturous moments of life. His screams, though muted, were deafening. His torso and head were all that remained of his body, and the invisible force hoisted his squirming, mutilated, pixelated form into the air, presenting it to me as his movement slowed. His screams started to quiet. Seconds later, he was still and silent. "Payment has been received. Antidote has been administered." I was alive, but barely. It was still impossible to ignore the pain in my eye socket, wrist, and feet. Everything was throbbing, but I couldn't quit. The deaths couldn't be meaningless. I wouldn't let that happen. I turned a corner and I saw it. The lake. A blue pool with a black outline, much like the golden doorway had shone vividly in the heart of that lifeless landscape. There was an empty passageway leading towards it. The entity became desperate. "Turn back." I didn't listen. I strolled onwards, but one final text box stopped me before I reached the lake. "Resurrect Darcy for 0 tokens. Veil breaking is a free bonus feature of this incredible simulation. Her soul can be retrieved from beyond the veil. My heart pounded ferociously. I closed my eye and saw Darcy's face, her luscious red hair, her pure smile, and then I saw something else. The dripping black liquid to which she had been reduced. I thought of Rip 78's message. Don't trust the game. Screw you, I whispered. On the verge of passing out from a mixture of traumatic stress, pain, and excessive blood loss, I moved my character forwards, striding into the lake. A piercing synth note rang through the speakers, pummeling my eardrums. I'm not sure what caused it, but it sounded as if the game itself were crying in agony. I ignored it, continuing to stride into the watery pool before me. I submerged my character beneath the surface of the lake and the synth screeched, faded away. His black outline slowly started to break up in the water, and the white silhouetted body faded. In a matter of moments, there was nothing left of the effigy. I collapsed to the floor from my desk chair, barely clinging to life, and I realized that it might have been pointless. I was free, but I might still die. Screw it, I groaned, hoisting myself back onto my desk chair. You're dying with me. One last pop-up appeared. Don't do it, you'll never be free. You'll always belong to the real world. I closed the game window, reaching beneath the desk. I pressed the eject button on the CD drive. Picking up the disc that had caused untold suffering over the past 24 hours, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. What if it kills me? Before I had a chance to reconsider, I squeezed the disc in my right hand, and it snapped. But that wasn't enough. I had to burn it. Fire cleanses everything, Steve said. I reached for the lighter on my desk, my dad's lighter. Yeah, thanks, you idiot, I muttered. Flicking it on, I held the tiny flame to the disc. It scorched the label a little, but it wasn't sufficient to burn through the plastic. I practically crawled into the kitchen, grabbed a half-empty bottle of vodka from one of my late-night drinking sessions. Man, it seemed like a lifetime ago, and I drenched the disc in it. I looked at the microwave. Now there's an idea, I mumbled. I opened the microwave door, threw the disc inside, and added a little more vodka for good measure, and I looked at the lighter. I didn't want to reach my one working hand in there and burn it. I set an envelope on fire, threw it into the microwave, and slammed the door shut. Flames started to roar within the enclosed space, but it wasn't good enough. I turned the microwave on. It's safe to say that carnage ensued. I remember crackles and bangs, and I remember smoke. I don't remember much else because my eyesight started to fade and I fell to the kitchen floor. I do remember hearing sirens though, ambulance sirens. I woke in a hospital bed. The staff were concerned to see me again, of course. There had been no sign of my father, and I had been to the hospital with severe injuries 2 times in the space of a day. My dad was no stranger to domestic abuse charges, so I let the hospital staff and the police draw their own conclusions. It was harder to lie to Darcy's parents. They told me that she had gone missing and asked whether she had contacted me. The coincidental timing of my hospital trip wasn't lost in them, but no charges were ever pressed. I don't think they truly believed that I would ever do anything to her. I think they're still hoping that their girl is coming home. Right now, I'm lying in a hospital bed typing this story. My left eye socket is bandaged, so I'm relieved I don't have to see the mess beneath it. My left wrist has been fitted with a metal rod to match the one in my left ankle. This morning, I asked one of the paramedics whether the disc had been destroyed. She said the entire microwave had been destroyed. That sounds promising to me. I don't think I'll ever find out where my dad bought the real world. I want to know, I want to find whoever sold it to him. But right now I'm back on the XI Discord. In honor of Darcy and Steve, I'm looking for answers. Is it all over? I think so. But still, every time I feel the pang of hunger, I start to yawn. I can't help but shudder at the slight possibility that I'm still tied to that horrifying game. Today's episode is sponsored by Rocket Money. The start of a new year is the perfect time to get organized, set goals, and prioritize what matters the most. For me, a top priority is my financial wellness, which feels more important than ever. Thanks to Rocket Money, my goals feel achievable. They show me all of my subscriptions right in one place, and they help me easily cancel ones that I forgot that I've been paying for. Rocket Money also pulls together all of my spending across all my different accounts, so I can clearly track my spending habits and see where I can cut back. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of 500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps today. That's rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. rocketmoney.com/Mr. Creeps. I lived across the street from Harold for more than a decade. It's amazing what you see about people when you catch swaths of their life in passing. It was never that I intended to watch him or anything like that. This was merely a matter of living near him. I was there when they had the movers, when they renovated their house, and when they became just Harold. It was a dark morning with thick moisture in the air that served to let everybody know of the approaching storm. I was fighting off a cold of epic proportions, chewing lemon cough drops like candies, and drinking cup after cup of peppermint tea. The mixture of these flavors tasted awful, but at least I could taste something. It wasn't very often that I would call out of work like that, so I guess it was purely dumb luck that made it so I saw him across the street. Even being sick, I tried downing a few slices of toast just so that I would have something on my stomach. This made it so I ended up reading Reddit on my phone while nibbling on the edge of a piece of burnt toast. There was Harold, rushing across his lawn with his robe hanging open to expose his white briefs, dead-eyed with a scruff growing around his throat. He bent down to lift the newspaper at the end of his driveway and shook it from the plastic bag that had collected the morning's moisture. After thumbing through it, some fit overtook him and he began ripping the paper till it all fluttered away in the wind, catching along sidewalk crags or bush branches like flags signaling his surrender. I felt for the man, honestly. I had seen the whole thing when Patricia stomped across the lawn over there and peeled out of the driveway. We all liked her. Most people that brought sweets to welcome people to the neighborhood could be overbearing with their niceties, but she had a way with it that made everybody comfortable. I could only imagine the misery that Harold was living with. Rumors said that it was an ongoing thing, as it tends to be, a culmination of symptoms till they had to be exorcised from each other. And people tried getting Harold to come out to functions, but he said no a lot after she left. The poor fellow was taking it exceptionally hard. I watched him as he moved back to his front door and slammed it shut behind him. By the time I had given up on the toast, Harold poked his head back out of the door and peered around to make sure that nobody was watching him. The coast was clear, or so he thought, because I could see him well enough. He went chasing after these strands of paper that he had left behind, this time taking precautions to tie his robe shut. I remember thinking then how weird a grief that must be to lose someone like that. It makes you do weird stuff. As for me, I've enjoyed my own company too much to muddy the waters with anything beyond platonic. Once he had collected most of them, he trotted out of sight once more, and giving me enough time to look at a few more wholesome memes and to finish my cup of tea. Finally, at some point that I had not even seen because I had become so engrossed in my scrolling, Harold was in his yard between the two maples, angled against a spade with effort. Even from a distance, I could see that the morning sprinkle was making quick work of his bed hair, so it conformed to the shape of his skull. My brain took minutes to realize what he was doing, but as the pile of wet earth beside him grew, it registered. But why? What was he thinking? Was he planting something? I watched him like that for at least an hour, sipping through 2 cups of tea. He was in the hole, halfway up to his shins and caked in mud. As I polished off the last cup, I moved to grab my umbrella and I stepped outside. Harold didn't even look up at me as I stood in front of him. He was a man possessed. Groans escaped him each time he drove the spade into the ground. But as his loafer-covered foot came down on the foothold, and his arms pried to jimmy the dirt loose so that he could toss it to the side, he let out a satisfied grunt. Standing there on the sidewalk just on the other side of his hedge, with the rain coming down light, I looked on. Whether or not he noticed me, he didn't make it known. "Hey there, buddy, what are you doing there?" "How are you, neighborino?" he asked me without even looking up from his work. It came from him like a jaunty, self-aware joke. Another shovelful met the pile. "Do you need me to call someone?" He laughed and continued shoveling. For a minute it seemed like he wasn't going to respond to my question. "Clay." I jumped at the sound of my own name coming from his mouth. "You're a nice guy," he spat and wiped his forehead, leaning against the handle of the spade. At least he had stopped digging, if nothing else. His eyes were lucid like he had never before been alive, and it was only now that it found him. Or maybe he was just crazy. "I used to make these little ships. You've seen them before, right? Whenever Patty threw her parties, I would show them off. I'm sure I've shown you before, haven't I? They were in the bottles." He put out his hands to demonstrate the size of the bottles. I nodded. "You see, making those little ships is a real pain. For me, the hardest part was always raising the mast. I hated building those things, but that's what I was supposed to do, right? Does that make sense?" He gestured to the house behind him. I got really shaky hands, so putting those tiny pieces in just the right places always drove me straight up the wall, you understand. It was rough. But whenever I would finish one, I would carefully take it to wherever Patty was in the house and show it to her. She loved those things. They were cute, she would say, or some variant thereof. It's cliche, but it was happiness too, and that's what I always wanted. This. Again, another manic gesture to the house. It was the American dream they tell you about before your balls drop, kiddo. Do this, get this degree, buy this house, marry this lady because she'll make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. And then poof, one day it's all gone and you know what you have to do then. I shook my head. The early autumn air was giving me chills. Or maybe Harold was. You gotta smash those bottles. You have to, you know, because it makes you feel something. You throw them across the room and watch them explode. So many hours. He shook his head and laughed. I'll tell you, man, those things were a lot more fun that way. It felt good and bad at the same time. Cathartic, I said. I guess, man, whatever you want to call it. But that's what you gotta do sometimes. He looked at the hole that he was standing in and then at the yard as a whole. White picket fence, yeah, right. But Harold. Yeah? You don't have a fence. He cut his eyes at me, but slowly a smirk started to slice across the lower half of his face until it evolved into a hearty chuckle. Thanks, I needed that. Sometimes you just gotta dig a hole, I asked. Harold snapped his finger. You're right. I can't explain exactly what it was that jumped into me at that moment. Looking back on it, it's the most indescribable sensation. I looked back to my house across the street beneath my umbrella in the dreary rain, and even in the cool weather, I could feel fire in the pit of my stomach. Perhaps he had infected me with the madness, but I would rather state my case as this. Sometimes you've got to dig a hole because that's what feels right. Splashing through puddles as I ran through the rain toward the shed in my backyard, I found my old worn-out shovel, and it was rusted from years of disuse. I bolted toward Harold's, forgetting my umbrella. I must have lost my mind, running around in the rain with a cold to go and dig a hole with my neighbor. When I say it out loud, it sounds insane. But when you're in the moment, things are different. I jumped into the small hole that he had created and began chipping away at the edges and loosening the dirt so that we would have a wider area for us to both comfortably dig. He said nothing to me as I joined. My tired, cold-riddled body ached with each passing moment, but then something else had joined it. I've heard people talk about getting a runner's high from pushing beyond your limit, and that seems as good as an explanation as any other. The light rain gave way to a sunny midday lull as each shovel push felt less like the last, and more like we were doing something important. It could have been a few hours or only minutes before I looked up to examine my surroundings. Regardless, when I did look up from the ground, we had cleared out enough dirt so that we were standing in the hole up to our waist. Harold continued his digging, but I took a moment to catch my breath, and when I did, I heard a familiar voice. "Clay, what are you two doing?" I looked up. Standing in nearly the same spot as I had been earlier that morning, there was Rogers and Margaret. Rogers was a man in his mid-30s who wore sweaters everywhere and walked his dog around the neighborhood to crap on other people's lawns. In fact, in his right hand was a leash drawn taut, as the little mutt most likely watered on Harold's hedges, hidden in the leaves. Margaret, on the other hand, was an elderly runner. In her bright, sick green and purple sweats, she hardly got any workout if you ask me. I think she went around the neighborhood hoping to catch or dish out the latest gossip. I grinned at the two of them. Hey, you know how it is, sometimes you gotta dig. You're more than welcome to join us if you would like. And they looked at one another, then back at me. This time, Margaret spoke. "What are you digging for?" "Digging for?" I thought the question over for a moment. "We're not looking for anything, if that's what you mean, Harold." I turned to look at my compatriot for support. "Tell them what you were telling me earlier." Harold barely looked up as he heaved another hunk of moist dirt out of the hole. "It's all bogus. You work for things. You want to be loved and to love in return, and that's where you mess up because you should have been doing that to yourself the whole time and not searching for it in someone else." And then he sighed and looked up while leaning against his shovel handle. "What I'm trying to say is there's no reason to dig, but focusing on the task at hand sure does let my mind wander. Who needs therapy? It's expensive and you could have just been digging all along, digging for the truth. It might look like dirt and roots to you, but to me, this is where I'm figuring my stuff out." As the two of them listened to him, I could see the light in their eyes return, and it felt once more like they were humans with a spark of initiative and not plain, boring suburbanites. Rogers swiped his hair back in contemplation, totally messing up the perfect widow's peak that he had developed. He lifted his dog and ran down the sidewalk, screaming over his shoulder, "I'll be right back." I watched him go for a moment and then shifted my attention to Margaret, but she too was gone. When the two of them returned, I wasn't surprised. What did surprise me, however, is that while Roger showed up with a shovel on his shoulder like a rifle, Margaret came jogging back with a wheelbarrow full of tools. Shovels, axes, and pickaxes. Among the things she brought was a gas-powered auger, and I must admit that it did surprise me quite a bit. There was a feverish tinge in her face, one that said that she meant business. I swear when Harold heard the auger fire up, he grinned from ear to ear. It was contagious. It felt like the deeper that we got, we were compelled by an external force of some kind. Whispers from just around the corners of our faces. Everybody began talking about it. Our team of 4 quickly grew into 10, and then 20, and then 30 by the time that people were getting off of work and they drove by. Babysitters were called for those that had children. When asked for how long they would be gone, they did not give an answer, and they doubled the pay. Terry, Roger's husband, showed up to the hole, trying to urge him to drop this craziness, but it wasn't long until he found himself in the hole, digging along with the rest of us. We hacked the maples to pieces in the yard and moved those pieces into the street. By the time that it was getting too dark to dig, Linus, a single dad, hauled over his grill and started cooking hamburgers and hot dogs for the tired diggers. It got to the point that when I was standing in the hole, the top was nearly 15 feet over my head. Its diameter was at least 25 feet. We lounged, dirt covered, but smiling and joking and talking about the weather, as we ate and cracked open a few beers. If not for the massive hole in Harold's front yard, it may have just been a regular cookout. Gathering together string lights on poles and tiki torches, we brought the yard alive and set up plastic sunbathing chairs to bed down for the night. What was the plan for that? I would say that it's obvious. All of us had the intention of continuing the project the following morning. I caught sight of Harold near the sidewalk, peering down into the hole. He sipped from a beer bottle and a little satisfied smile played out across his face. On approach, he greeted me with a simple nod. "It sure is something, isn't it?" I said. "That it is. Can't believe we made it this far. How long do you think it'll take until we can't go anymore?" he said. I glanced at the gathered crowd, falling asleep in plastic chairs or chatting amongst themselves in groups of 3 or 4 at a time. I've heard people joking that they won't stop until we hit China. That's the sort of stuff that only kids talk about, and I think it's magical that full-grown people can play pretend like that. There was a pause as I too stared into the pit, admiring it in all its glory. We've done a good thing here, haven't we? Certainly. Harold took a quick swig of his beer. This is crazy, he laughed. He had a tired look in his eye and I could sympathize with him. You should get some rest. He checked the watch on his wrist. If we hope to make an impact tomorrow, we should start early. I put up 2 fingers and gave him a lazy, jokey salute. Good night. Night. Never before in my life have I slept like I did that night. It wasn't just the tiredness or my cold either, if I were to guess. In black dreams, I heard what can only be described as electric bubbles in my ears. The screeching in the night filled me and hollowed me out the same as we did that pit. It was a nightmare. I should say that much, but it was so much more than that. The best way that I could put it is that it felt as though my soul, even if I had never been one to believe in such a thing before, was leaving my body and I was a nothing person, less than human for that. And then the screeching in my dreams woke me and I realized that I was not hearing the sounds of dreams, but the sounds of screams. I propelled myself off the chair and staggered around bleary-eyed. It was still nighttime or early morning. "What's happening?" I tried screaming. My neighbors were running towards the pit and there was already a crowd of them gathered at its edge. I followed, slapping my face awake. As I came to the edge of the hole among the others, I froze. There was a place at the opposite end of the pit where the dirt floor had given out to some unknowable chamber. From it sprang forth whipping, glistening tendrils, bright red and thin as paperclip wire. Each one writhed independently from the others, but it must have come together on the end of some great and unseen beast in the dirt. Several of them held Rogers well over our heads as I looked down with extraordinary horror at what I was seeing. The tendrils cracked like whips against his body, sending out shrill, curdling screams. They shed him of his clothes and then began stripping him of his skin as well. My eye shot to Terry. He looked on entirely helpless at what was happening. I could see the frozen tears in his eyes, not quite accepting what was in front of his face, all of our faces. I saw it and I can tell you still that I have dreams of it, where sometimes I try to tell myself that it was all some fever mirage of my cold, but I know that that's not true. It's impossible to retract. Rogers, more red running muscles and exposed bone than anything else, hardly looked like a human anymore. The tendrils lifted him even higher and twisted his body like a rag, and then dropped him dead before recoiling into their subterranean lair. The hole in the pit that went deeper, the place that it had spawned from, echoed a gurgle to signify that the chamber was large, exceptionally large. And Terry screamed finally, taking towards one of the ladders protruding from the hole. Margaret tried reaching for him, but he was too fast. In moments, he was in the pit on his knees before his husband. I couldn't bear to watch him cry over Rogers like that, and I tried scanning the area for Harold, but he was gone. Instead, my eyes fell on the flaps of skin that caught along the crags in the sidewalk, and the debris that we had created in our endeavor to dig our way to frickin' China. They flapped like flags in the wind, and I couldn't help it. I stepped from the hole and keeled over, throwing up the hot dogs that I'd had earlier. A few people joined me. By the time that I had wiped the muck from around my mouth and looked back up, Terry was already at the ladder again, at the bottom of the pit and screaming at anybody to help him as he carried Roger's body in tow. He was covered in his husband's blood. One of the corpse's legs moved across the ground, like a piece of balled lint on the end of a string. And then I heard the noise from my dreams. It was maddening. It seemed to be coming from inside my own head, like a musical popping. It sent a shiver down my spine. At some point, the tears began to flow as I looked down to the crowd of gathered faces, and I could tell that they had heard it too. And we all knew what that meant. We marched towards the ladders pressed around the edges of the hole, our feet no longer our own, each of us with a tool in our hands. Terry dropped the body and began walking towards the place the dirt had opened up, just as we all did. We were going in totally transfixed. I remember looking at the faces that came along, and I could not help but notice that Harold was not among them. I wondered briefly if he had had the sense to run away when he had had the chance. As we filed into the chamber one by one, the slanted dirt of the cave-in made for arduous moving. It must have taken us down another 100 feet at least. Finally, our feet met solid stone. In the distance, there was a city of spires and ancient stone with firelight snapping intermittently. There was no logical reasoning for its existence. Seeing that place from even as far away as we did, I felt a sense of dread. I was sick, I was tired, and I was shaking from the existential horror before us. The city in the distance beneath the impossibly high ceiling of the cavern called us nearer. Among my neighbors, there were whispers of the most unfathomable possibilities. As we moved along carrying tiki torches and pickaxes, wet shelping sounds came from overhead, and as we peered over our own heads to see what creature it was coming from, the ropey red tendrils of the thing that had killed Rogers dangled from the flat ceiling. The ropey limbs of the thing hung from its bulbous and fat body. It seemed to be breathing, but otherwise it did not move. As Margaret removed a flashlight from her person and shone her light around, it became obvious that the ceiling was covered in those monstrosities, spaced out from one another by about 20 yards. "Jesus Christ," said Linus. "I can't believe this has been under our feet this whole time." "I don't think this was under our feet," I said. Hearing it aloud like that, it made too much sense. You would have thought that we would have heard these eldritch horrors knocking around before then. "I don't think this place was here before." "What are you talking about?" Linus cut his eyes at me, the fire from his tiki torch illuminating his face. He was scared and I could see it. "I just mean, I think we did this." Margaret interjected. "Look." Our eyes followed where she pointed, and I felt a shiver run up my spine. Up the way through boulders and sharp debris, we caught sight of watchers patrolling the edge of the city, twig spider legs that bowed out with each step from atop round seats, with spotlights scanning the area. The detail of them from so far away in the dark was blurred, but I can promise you that they looked like monstrosities ripped from a Beksinski painting. "What are those?" Even as I spoke the words, I knew that no living human could have looked up on them before because every aspect of their anatomy seemed to defy all understanding. Seeing them made me so uneasy that I reached out for one of my neighbors in the dark, so that I might have anyone to hold on to. "What are they?" I repeated. "Let go of me." Daryl, a devout member of the neighborhood watch, slapped my hand away. I offered him a weak smile. I'm sorry, I've just never seen anything like it. None of us have. It's phantasmagorical, I said, totally awestruck. And Daryl and Margaret both looked at me funny and responded by simply peering ahead at the watchers. We walked, and as we did, I began to feel the cold that I had been suffering from prior begin to take hold over me. My nose began to run and my muscles ached, and I sniffled. I believe that working in the rain the previous day had done little to improve my situation. No one mentioned it, but I kept glancing overhead at the stringy things dangling from the ceiling, wondering if they could hear the noises that I was making. My mind continuously went back to the way that they had utterly destroyed Rogers, and I couldn't help but shudder to think what they might do to me. How much longer until you think we reach them? Asked Linus. No one answered him. The echo of the infinite-seeming chamber was the only thing. It seemed that we went for perhaps hours, slipping or tumbling across the bent moist rocks that the floor became as we neared the city of spires. All the while, those unnameable beasts overhead never left our visage. The whimpers escaped the crowd when we passed by one, edging around the limbs while giving them a wide berth. One of the red tendrils curled on itself, sending a shrill cry from Linus. The thing took little notice of us and we hurried along. The outline of the city ahead became even more clear. It feels like we've been walking forever, I said. Whether this was due to the fact that I was more tuckered out than the others, or it was that we had trotted over the rough terrain for a vast, immeasurable time, I couldn't tell. We met a great rock face that stabbed towards the ceiling. It seemed our best bet at finding a place to rest, and I mentioned it in passing. With grumbles over how we should continue moving dispersed, and we sat with our backs to the flat surface of the rock. The others too began to express discontent with our journey. We never should have come here, hushed Margaret. Daryl scanned the surroundings from a position atop a waist-high boulder. I can't remember where the exit is. I don't think we can go back. The exit doesn't exist anymore. The anxiety in his voice crept up my spine. It was true. Why had none of us thought to leave behind guide points for the journey back? Or was it that we had collectively accepted our fate and subconsciously decided that none of us were going to leave anyway? I sat against the rock among a few half-familiar faces. That's not possible, said Margaret. She moved to the rock that he was standing on, reaching up a hand. He hoisted her bony frame up, her gray hair catching around her face. As she swiped it back, she pivoted in all directions. There's the city. If we've come in a straight line, it should be somewhere over there. She pointed an inconsequential finger towards the dark shadows. Right? Daryl shook his head. Why have we come here? The teary madness was evident in his tone, but I was too tired to look up from my seated position against the big rock. I stared at the ground and wished that I had something to blow my nose into. The others began setting up a makeshift camp, positioning torches in stone cracks and laying out jackets to sit on. When I finally did look up, I could see that Margaret and Daryl had moved from their position on the rock and took up among the others. The ceiling, alien and starless with those monsters, made me uneasy. I spent my time counting the people in our camp. 28 scared faces. Each of them looked warily over their shoulders at every small noise. Margaret moved from person to person, and when she came to me to ask if I was feeling alright, I shrugged it off. She left me and continued roaming the camp with her hands on her hips, scanning further vicinities. Margaret pulled a hairband from her wrist and pulled her hair back into a ponytail. For a long moment I was surprised at just how agile and full of energy the old bird was. Perhaps those daily walks through the neighborhood were paying off for her. I wish that I had felt the same in that moment. After glancing around to make sure that nobody was watching me, I quickly took the long sleeve of my shirt and blew my nose into it. A few people looked my way but quickly went back to whatever conversations they were having. I was so tired. Rubbing my temples, I rose to my feet and moved to the same rock that Margaret and Daryl had been standing on. After shifting myself slowly up, I began looking around. Near the city, perhaps a mile away, were the watchers with the spotlights. I could just make out the vague shadowy figures riding atop them, and I briefly wondered whether they would be able to see me if they were to shine their lights in my direction. I rubbed my eyes. They felt tender to the touch and I could scarcely keep them open. How I wished for the warm comfort of my bed in those hours. How I wished I had never checked on Harold. It would have been better for me, better for everyone if I had only left him alone. The urge to leave that place was ever growing, ruminating in murmurs. Some of the group wanted to inspect the city, still transfixed by its spell, while others wanted to leave. It seemed the half that wished to carry forward had it in their heads that the only way out was through. Margaret was one of the more vocal about deserting whatever horrors lurked in that place, and I was right by her. Daryl and Linus both were vehemently defending that we continue. "Once everybody's rested up, we should head on," said Linus. "It's just like Harold said. There's some truth to be found here. What was all that digging for if not this?" Daryl, with his arms crossed, nodded alongside Linus. I shook my head. "There's no reason for it. We've been duped, guys. Harold didn't know what he was talking about. He was only grieving. There was no reason for us to jump in and start digging too. What were we even doing it for?" I mean, this was true. I couldn't even remember why I had decided to help dig in the first place. It all felt so pointless. "Nah, that's bupkis," said Linus, "and you know it just as well as I do. It's a general discontent with the state of affairs that has brought us here, and I only intend to resurface once I've found the purpose that I've been looking for all my life. There's a magic to this place, and it exists for a reason." It would have been nice if that were true, but looking around at the deep shadows of the massive cavern, I could only see desolation. Margaret cut in. "I don't care what you do, I'm going back." She studied the group. "Those of you that want to leave can come with me or not." The mixed expressions of hopelessness and fear made me sick. It seemed that we were destined to split up in half of us going on and half of us going back. I only hoped in that moment that we'd actually be able to find our way out of the cavern. Just as it seemed that Linus was going to respond, the first fish fell from the cavernous ceiling. It was some cod. Upon seeing it there, I blinked to make sure that I had not merely conjured it from my imagination. It came from seemingly nowhere at all, but as it landed on the flat ground in the center of us, it flopped and its mouth sucked and puckered at nothing as it reversed round. I reached a timid foot forward to nudge it with my shoe as Margaret peered up at the ceiling. As the words, "Where did that come from?" came from my mouth, another fish fell directly onto Margaret's upturned face. She shrieked and kicked the thing away. Within minutes, wet plods surrounded us as it began to rain down a waterfall torrent of ocean fish. A flounder bounced off my shoulder, slapping me with its tail. We took up with our arms over our heads to cover ourselves from the incoming barrage of sea animals. It was the most insane thing that I had seen in my entire life. The air smelled of salt, and the pattering of the fish landing on the ground is a noise that I won't soon forget. The screams of my fellow humans echoed all around, barely above the sounds of the fish storm. We began to take cover near the great flat rock. I dove across people and wriggling fish to reach it, pushing and shoving and getting shoved in return. In panic, my shoulder met the rock and I turned to look back at my neighbors frantically searching for shelter. In the uproar, I could see that Daryl was fighting with something clinging to his face as it wrapped its snaky limbs around his throat. I attempted to wrench the thing off, but it only pulled itself more tightly around him. It was far too long for my brain to realize what I was seeing. The thing holding itself to Daryl was an octopus, with a head roughly the size of a Doberman. No one came to his aid, and he quickly fell to his knees, the last few screeching breaths leaving his lungs. I watched on in concentrated frozen terror through the last few still-lit flickering torchlights as Daryl's right hand came up in an arched claw to dig into the thing's chewy flesh. And then Daryl went still altogether. Margaret launched towards the thing, totally ignoring the falling fish, arcing an axe as she might have a baseball bat, and swatted the octopus off of Daryl's prone head. Snapping out of it, I sped forward, grabbing a hold of Daryl's wrists and dragging him to the relative safety of the big rock as Margaret stood guard. He did not kick or scream, and I wished that he were only unconscious. As Margaret returned to the shelter of the rock, we went to shine a light on Daryl. His face was no longer a face, but a skull with open optic holes through which only pink brain could be seen. I recoiled. "That's not normal," said Margaret, shaking her head and kicking the rock face as she planted a flat hand against it. Looking back now, I think to myself what a strange thing that is to say. But in dire circumstances, the thing that needs to be said is so far from one's grasp that it too becomes fleeting, illusory, and there is nothing save the obvious and concrete. No, it was not normal. "What are we going to do?" My voice was small and caught in my throat. I was surprised that anyone could hear me over the sound of the fish rain, but Linus did. "We move to the city where it's safe. There's no going back now, it wants us here." Even with the mad twinkle in his eye, I could nearly hear the fear in his voice. What exactly it was and why it wanted us here, I couldn't say. We stayed pressed to the rock till the fish stopped falling. By the time they did, we were nearly up to our knees in them. Their dead eyes looked up at us, and sometimes their tails would twitch, forcing me to double-take to make sure that there was not another tentacled creature among them. As we pushed on, stepping over or around the dying and dead fish, we came to a flat and open area of ground that encompassed the city of spires. It seemed it had been intentionally worn down. With every step, I felt that we were more vulnerable. A spotlight from one of those horrid watchers passed over us as we marched. I could nearly feel the heat off it. We froze and the watcher ignored us, pivoting the light in another direction. I wondered if it could even sense our presence at all. My legs began to feel heavy and my arms too, but this wasn't the normal sort of tiredness that I had been experiencing up until that point. It felt as though that I had been drugged. Looking around at my neighbors as we went, I could sense a dazing in them as well. I watched as their limbs moved in slow motion, and it occurred to me that we were hardly making any leeway whatsoever. "Does anybody else feel tired?" I asked. "Yeah." I twisted my head around to see that it was Linus. "Now that you mention it, I am feeling really tired. It's like I want to lie down and sleep. God, I've never felt like this before." It felt like someone was trying to pull my eyelids closed with pinched fingers. Something was amiss. The city of spires ahead grew foggy and the fires that illuminated flickered. Wait, no, I was blinking, the slow blink of somebody on the verge of sleep. Someone's cries met my ears. I turned my head to the right to see that Terry was sliding his feet along the smooth stone floor. Why did Rogers have to die? It should have been me. He said the words so much like facts, while his ankles shifted forward in stumbling steps. The pickaxe that he carried grinded along the floor of the cavern as he dragged it with a limp wrist by the handle. A chorus of other tools soon followed as we all began to carry our tools in this way. Terry's eyes welled with tears. I should have died. He was losing his mind, it was all too much. No amount of what I said would be able to snap him out of it. He was giving up. He choked. I just want to die. It was the wail of a dying critter. Hey, I tried. It's gonna be alright, Terry. It's gonna be okay. Just push on. Don't give up. We're gonna make it out of here. No. For the briefest of moments, his eyes grew lucid as they met mine. No, we're not, Clay. That's okay, though. I'm just gonna lie down for a little while. I heard the handle of his pickaxe clang against the floor. He was no longer dragging it. I'm just gonna lie down and catch up with you later, alright? Don't do that. I tried shaking my head quickly to jumpstart myself out of the strange affliction. Margaret called out from somewhere behind. Don't go to sleep. She sounded like she was having a hard time speaking. It's trying to make us go to sleep. Terry fell to his knees. I'm just gonna close my eyes. It'll all be over soon enough. He fell onto the solid ground with a dull thud. Another body ahead of me fell. It was the lady who ran the salon down the road, but I could never remember her name. And then someone else off to the left. It wasn't long until we were dropping like flies. Every thud of a body on the hard ground was another stake in the heart. It made me wonder how long that I would last. Margaret called out from somewhere behind again. Clay, are you still awake up there? Yeah, I'm still here. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna make it, Clay. Can you do me a favor? I have a granddaughter, and if you make it out of here, will you tell her that I love her? There were a series of snuffles. Will you tell her that I love her and that I'm sorry I couldn't see her grow into a woman? Can you do that for me? No. I was surprised how much command I still had over my own voice, even though I could no longer turn my head to look behind and could only see the rotating watchers in the city beyond. I didn't want to lose Margaret. I can't do that because you're going to make it out of here the same as me. You hear me? A few more bodies struck the ground, and the sound of my own heartbeat in my ears was the only other thing for miles. I waited and waited and waited for her response. Every step forward that I took was met with nothing but the sounds of my neighbors dropping. Was she already asleep? Had she succumbed to the wicked magic of the cavern? Was I the last one standing? Would this become my eternity? Walking towards a dark city, suspended in infinite time. Okay, Clay, said Margaret. At hearing her voice, I felt a new strength in my legs, and even as my muscles met resistance like I was pushing through water, I began stomping defiantly towards the watchers, and the sounds of the others' footfalls came too. And then the sinking feeling that I had in the pit of my stomach began to disappear, and I was sprinting. I had broken the threshold of the spell, it seemed. As my muscles felt normal once more, I stopped and turned around. Laid out before me was mostly bodies. The only ones left was me and Margaret and Linus. He pushed on, slapping his face while he blinked repeatedly and rubbed her cheeks. I've never felt anything like that before, said Linus. I can't believe that I made it. There was nearly a cheeriness in his voice till he met me and looked out onto the bodies. The many dead forms of the group fallen behind. My God, said Margaret. Red tendrils spilled from the dark recesses of the ceiling, reaching for the extremities of the dead or sleeping, and suspended them in midair like puppets for a moment before carefully, almost delicately pulling them up and from our eyes into the shadows. As the bodies disappeared to the ceiling, a sound followed, the sound of grinding bones, of stripping wet, of those creatures devouring them. There was nothing left in that open stone field but the torches and tools that they had left behind. I bit my lips shut to keep from screaming. It wasn't much further till we would pass the Watchers' patrol, and there were only 3 of us left. We were all as good as dead. This is madness, said Linus, shaking his head. I can't believe it. He was right, I couldn't believe it either. I couldn't believe any of it. Margaret was busy examining the Prussian blue walls of the firelit city as one of the Watchers stomped their spindly legs over us, giving me a perfect view of the undercarriage of its bulbous top. Beneath what must have been a cabin with some fashion of mechanisms were twisting tubes that pulsated as though they were attempting to emulate the bladders of a living thing. The Watcher's spotlight illuminated the faraway darkness in a perfect circle as it lifted its foot once more to proceed in its never-ending patrol. At the base of those thin legs were wide bird-like appendages, precariously balancing its top-heavy body. The screech of unseen gears broke the silence. It passed over like we were nothing more than inconsequential bugs. "Jesus," I said, glancing over to see that Margaret too had removed herself from the wall. She turned her face up to the thing, and we looked to each other with our mouths hanging open. "What are these things?" Margaret shook her head. Linus interjected. "Them big idiots," he spat. There was a new air about him, unreserved. More than anything else, it made me extremely uncomfortable to meet his eyes. Something was amiss there inside of Linus. It was more than a vigor, the thing that humans find in extenuating situations. It was like he had lost something along the way. A piece of him was gone, and it was only then that I could see it. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He grinned at me as though we had not just witnessed the death of half the forsaken neighborhood. "No reason," I wiped my nose. "Cold, just tired." Margaret lifted her axe over her head as she stretched. "Well, the wall's too high to climb. It looks like we'll have to go around until we find an opening. Though, there was a pause that hung in the wet air. I'm not so sure that we should." I looked to the general direction. I thought that perhaps we had entered the cavern, and then at the vibrant blue color of the city walls. I don't think we would make it back if we tried. I couldn't vouch for the other two, but I was uncertain that I would be able to walk back through whatever aura had protected the place. Not for the first or the last time. I silently admonished myself for encouraging Harold. This was a nightmare of my own design. I had brought it on myself after all. I had brought it on all of us. Linus, with those wild, mad eyes, grinned. "Clay's right. The only way is through. That's what we've got to do. It's the only thing that makes sense. In fact, I don't think anything else has ever made more sense in this whole crazy world to me." Margaret looked to me, shooting me a glare that told me I probably shouldn't be saying things like that around Linus. But then her shoulders relaxed and she sighed, puffing up a wild gray strand of hair as she did so before shaking her head. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but you're probably right. This is the dumbest thing that I've ever done." "Nonsense," said Linus. "Look at this place." He put his arms up to accentuate his point. "It's beautiful. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many people do you think have ever seen anything like this before?" "Too many," said Margaret. A smirk took over Linus's lower face. I'm telling you, he was grinning like a maniac. There was something going on there, but for the life of me I could not figure out what it was. Something was wrong with him. I've read things about the uncanny valley, and I feel as though that's the best way that I can describe it. He was no longer the friendly neighborhood barbecue connoisseur. It was like a new thing had jumped into him, and whether it was the dark magic of the place or his own mind that had done it, I don't know till this day. We took off to the right, following along with the curvature of the city's outer wall, Linus brushing the ends of his fingers intimately over its surface as we went while me and Margaret studied him. The huge open cavern shouldn't have felt so claustrophobic, but it did. The darkness lingering over our heads where the foul creature's head, clinging to the ceiling, forced my chest to tighten. It felt harder to breathe, or perhaps it was just my clogged nose. I skirted away from the line that we had created as we walked to blow my nostrils open with my finger. Under any other circumstances, I may have been embarrassed, but something told me that we were far beyond that. So many had already died. I glanced to my two traveling companions and hoped that I wouldn't have to see any more suffering, but I could sense that that was unlikely. I rejoined them and nobody mentioned a thing. They instead opted to stare ahead without saying a word. The three of us had gone perhaps 20 minutes in silence before Margaret began to fall behind, taking slower steps and keeping a distance from us by about 15 yards. "What's keeping you back there?" asked Linus. Margaret waved us off. "Oh, just not as young and spry as I used to be is all. Nothing to worry about. I think I just need to catch my breath." I went to her and touched her on the shoulder. "Hey, it's all right. We can take a break if you need to." She latched onto my hand and pulled me close, whispering in my ear, "Keep an eye on him. I don't trust him." Before I could even respond, she shoved me away. Linus took his hand off the wall and turned completely around. "What are you two talking about back there?" Margaret offered a smile. "Oh, nothing. Clay was only asking me if I needed a break. I'm fine." He raised an eyebrow at the pair of us. "Okay." And then he placed his hand on the wall again, possession taking over his steps. It wasn't long until Margaret fell in line with us once again. I couldn't get what she had said to me out of my mind. Until that point, I had been worried that I was the only one noticing Linus's strange behavior. This should have served to quell the anxieties that I had of him, but it only made it so that they flourished. I kept them in my eyeline. A patrolling watcher stepped over us and we stopped to let it pass. I could see them a million times in my dreams and they would never cease being alien to me. In fact, I have and they remain that way. The watcher's strange bulb briefly lit the high ceiling. As it shifted up and I could see a mess of wicked things. Tightly bound skin and faces sewn in frozen torment served as an appropriate juxtaposition to the Sistine Chapel. Before I could check to see if the faces matched any of the ones that we had left behind, the watcher groaned in its mechanical way and laughed. Linus was smiling. "Beautiful." A shiver went up my spine. "I think I see the entrance up ahead," said Margaret. Squinting, I could see that she was right. Just around a bend, the wall opened up. How long had we been walking for? The repetitive nature of our footfalls had long since taken me off to another place like hypnosis. If not for her signaling it, I might have walked right by it. The archway was magnificently tall, constructed from an assortment of cyclopean stones. I was left to wonder exactly what sort of creature could have carved them. I couldn't have imagined the watchers doing so, urging the massive stone blocks across the ground with their thin legs. No, it seemed to me that there was only one explanation. They were of an ancient imagination, withdrawn from the recesses of a mind far gone. We passed through the archway only to be met by the ruins of a lost civilization. I was immediately struck by the dizzying way the walkways spun through the spired structures. The streets, if one could call them that, were worn thin as though they had once been traversed by living beings. My mind went to these Sumerian cities created so long ago, and I wondered if perhaps this was something similar. I knew this not to be the case. No human would have found comfort in that place. No sane human, anyhow. The inner side of the wall surrounding the city was onyx black, so dark that I felt if I were to reach out and touch it that I might fall directly into it. Linus whistled up at the tall buildings that seemed to have no entranceways of their own. It was as though they were nothing more than hollowed out slabs. Who would construct buildings that could never be used? "You guys ever seen anything like this?" he asked. "No," said Margaret. As we passed by the massive, thorny building striking up at the ceiling of the cavern, we were casting shadows. Margaret and I both removed flashlights, but it hardly cut through the blackness ahead. It was a constant fear that something would slither from the darkness and snatch us away to some torturous fate. Thinking of the faces that I had seen in the ceiling, I felt my arms spring alive with goose flesh. Linus caught my uneasiness and he reached out to pat me on the shoulder. I flinched. "Whoa," he said. "Calm down there, buddy. There's no reason to be so jumpy." "I'm not," I shrugged, while turning my attention back to these shadows in front of us. "I'm fine." We moved by the first few structures. glancing down the snaking thin alleyways but deciding in silence to continue our way down the street that we were on. Each time that we met one of these openings on either side where the buildings broke open to those dark corners of the city, I could feel unreal eyes on me. I felt so totally vulnerable in those moments, like my lungs might rupture and exhaust all the oxygen from my body. But we pushed on and these spires opened up to some kind of abandoned market square, where flame lights flickered the shadows away. Among the torchlights were booths where people had once sold wares, and I was once again confronted by the fact that some intelligent life had in fact dwelled there sometime in the distant past. In the center of the square was a massive black tower that rose well above all else. Everything was silent but our own steps for a blinking moment. A single fish fell from the sky and landed near the black spire. Linus went to it and Margaret and I both followed him. He hunkered down over it and prodded it with the end of his index finger, and then looked over his shoulder. Again, he asked apparently to no one. Linus stood and looked to the black expanse above. "We've seen this already," he shouted, and his voice echoed back at him. "Did you hear me? You've already done this." Whether or not Linus summoned what was to follow, I'm unsure, but when I looked back on the words that I've written so far, I want nothing more than to reach through the words and throttle him. There is no changing the past. A great groaning escaped from somewhere in the shadows overhead, and I half expected the great red tentacle beasts from above to come down and make us their playthings. But they did not show. Instead, a shattering glass rained from above. I was left frozen as these shards seemed to materialize from seemingly nothing. I put my arms over my head and hurried to the black spire, hoping to find some cover from the falling glass, but the tower did little. A few darting shards caught my legs, but I felt nothing through the rush of adrenaline. Linus stood in the center of the market face up screaming. His voice could barely be heard over the shattering glass. As he twisted around, gripping his face, I could see that a thorn of glass had driven its way into his left eye. Blood rushed down the front of his shirt. Margaret clung to me and I to her. "No, come on," she was yelling directly into my ear, eyes clenched shut and fingers digging into my arm. I began feeling around the wall of the flat-sided tower as we inched our way around it. My fingers met an opening and I pulled Margaret in with me. We fell in and she scrambled in the dark to withdraw our flashlights, while I peered out from the crevice in the tower to scream towards Linus. I saw him dancing in the square with his hands at his face. "Over here, come over here." As the words left my mouth, Linus twisted to face me, and I caught another good look at the mess. He latched a hand onto the shard jutting from his eye, and his fingers slid down the sharpened edge of the glass, cutting his hand and causing it to slip as he attempted to pry it from his face. He latched on with both hands and finally launched the thing from his eye socket. "I did it," he said, torrents of red rushing from his head. The glass rain did not let up, and he seemed to not even notice as it diced his exposed arms to flayed ribbons that hung off of him in cords, exposing the tissue beneath. "Linus!" But I was too late. A ship's mast fell from the ceiling, landing directly on top of him. It crushed him, and I recoiled back into the dark recesses of the crevice that we had found. My stomach lurched, thinking of the way that he had become no more than a stain. The sound of clinking glass continued, and I dared to peek out once more, ignoring the spot where Linus's raspberry squashed remains were. There, crashing over the towering structures and sending up plumes of debris and hunks of stone, was the bow of a ship whirling through the air. Margaret looked at me, dark circles forming around her eyes that I'm sure I reciprocated. A handful of short red streaks that ran the length of her face where the glass had caught her. A stinging soreness in my own cheeks confirmed that I must have looked much the same. The stress that we had been under was beginning to take its toll. "It's just you and me now," I informed her. The frankness with which I delivered the news scared me. I know, she sighed. There are stairs over here. I grabbed her by her shoulders. We're both going to make it out of here, aren't we? When had I started shaking her? She ripped herself out of my hands. Clay, get off me. I caught her stern expression, but it was quickly replaced by a look of concern. You're not going to start acting crazy too, are you? My shoulders slumped. No, I shook my head. I just don't want anybody else to die. Margaret grabbed my face. Her cold, bony hands grounded me. I'm not going to die. You're not going to die, all right? I was losing my mind. She was right. I couldn't be thinking like that. It would do neither of us any good. She shone her light into the shadows to reveal a plain carved staircase that spiraled up through the center of the spire. I choked out my words. I don't want to keep going. She shifted to shine the light on me. I felt extraordinarily small when she did that. I don't think we have any choice in the matter. The shattering of the glass just beyond the open doorway and the splintering hull of the wooden ship flying through the air drove away my final protests. We were going on and we had no other choice. But to what end? What did we hope to find? There would be no way out. The stairs seemed to go on forever, and it felt as though that there was a physical presence pulling me and weighing me down. Margaret's heels kicked high as she ascended the steps ahead of me with the axe out in front of her chest. Our flashlights illuminated the small space that we traveled through. The higher that we went in the spire, the closer the walls around us grew, as though the building tapered nearer to the top. My chest grew tighter with my cold working against me. I believe in that climb of that staircase, I became delirious. I tried with my spare hand to feel my forehead, hoping that I had not come down with a blistering fever, but somehow that felt ridiculous. Who cared if that was the case? I couldn't imagine that it would matter. What would happen if I were to just take a seat on those steps and refuse to continue? With everything in me, I believed that I could have taken a seat and died. Wasting away in a dark tower would have been a fate less abominable than the unimaginable horrors beyond, surely. I'm afraid that if I had not had Margaret ahead of me, pushing on with her wiry, persistent limbs, that may have been what had happened. Whatever the opposite of concentration, that's what I found in those lingering dark moments on the stairwell. It became a steady zombie walk of doom where living ceased being a thing and there was only the movement. The repetition of it lulled me to a place in my mind where things are better. On our way up, we went by slitted openings in these stone-like ancient fortress windows that allowed us to look upon the city of twisted buildings. The glass had stopped coming down. I could no longer hear the sound of the ship crashing over rooftops. Somehow the silence was worse. Things would never be the same. I would forever remember that place and those quiet nights that I would find my eyes going out of focus. Daydreaming would become a thing of the long-forgotten past, because I would always be returned to there when imagination came. "Are you all right?" asked Margaret without looking over her shoulder or slowing her pace. "I think so. Just making sure I'm not alone." "Yeah, I know what you mean." She angled her pace around the middle of the pillar of the stairwell, ever tightening its bend. "What if there's no end?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, what if it goes on forever?" "There's always an end." My mind was programmed from a lifetime of constructed narratives that forced a sense of purpose on me and my actions. There is always an end. "How do you know? What if we just keep going on forever?" Her voice was shaking. "I don't think that's going to happen," I hoped aloud. "That's not how it works. We're going to get out of this, remember, just like we had talked about, you and me will." "I really hope you're right." "I know I am." I said this in the most reassuring way that I could without actually believing it, even if I wanted to. She stopped. "I think I see it, the opening, it's just up ahead." There was hope in her voice that twisted my entrails. The truth was evident. Beyond her silhouetted shoulder, I could spy dancing warm light. Our pace quickened as we broke the surface at the pinnacle of the spire. I slammed into her without meaning to. We were holding hands not as lovers but as humans because we were scared. At the clean flat spire top that stretched to a diameter of 20 yards, we stood together aghast at the creature there. The unmoving, half-human seeming thing gurgled as its chest rose and fell. It sat in a chair of the same onyx that I had seen on the inner wall of the city, like it was made of a bitter, sick soul. We wagered a few steps towards the thing lined in rows of standing torches. Its eyes were wide open white, forgotten by sunlight, so the pupils and irises had taken on a milky blue quality. The thing's arms were strapped into the chair. Black snaking tubes gored into the forearms, frozen hard so that it could not move. The opposite end of the tube snaked into the ceiling. It stared directly up to the dark shadows of the clouds above. Not even its mouth was free of its own cord that no doubt plumbed at the depths of its stomach. As we grew nearer, I could see dry tear stains that traced the creases of its crow's feet, and its beard was no longer full but kinked and thinned from duress. "Harold?" I choked out. The thing in the seat did not respond to my voice. On approach, I could see the reason for this. Its ears had been clogged and locked in place by those same black tubes. "My God," hushed Margaret. We went to Harold then, not knowing what to do. As I touched his cool, naked skin, he seemed to respond in a mumble groan around the thin tube trapped in his throat. Why was I crying? I reached one of the tubes while Margaret watched me with steady eyes. Neither of us knew what to do, but that was not going to stop me from doing what came next. It was a panic that had jumped into my fingers as I clawed at one of the tubes in his left arm. I yanked it and he let out an awful scream as sludge shot from the place that I had freed the tube, spraying me in the face. I let it fall to the side, totally stunned. What was I going to do? Would he die if I pulled him from the chair? Was he too far gone? And then a whirring began that echoed. The sound of suction filled my ears, and I watched down in horror as the tubes attached to Harold began sucking something out of him. His eyes closed and he cried, whimpering tears. I could not see through the vacant black tubes into this day. I do not know what it was that it drew from him, but when the silence came, it was maddening. Margaret looked at me and she held her hands to her forehead, perpetually swiping her hair back in a frantic manner. "What's happening? Jesus Christ, what's happening?" But then it began to rain again. No, not rain. It hailed and thousands of pinking little balls fell from that black sky and rained down on our heads. I closed my eyes and went to Margaret, and we tried our best to shield one another from what came, screaming like we had screamed in that place so many times already. The twinkling glow caught my eyes as it gathered around our feet, and I could see that the hail was not ice or rocks, but they were made of gold. I snapped from my terror and brought one of them up and held it to my face. Through squinted eyes, Margaret shouted at me, "What are you doing?" I held up the circle. "They're wedding bands." She opened her eyes and looked through the hole in the center of the ring that I was holding. "Why?" I glanced toward Harold. "This is his place, I think." "What?" "There are things darker in the human mind than there are out there in space. No dark gods compared to the inner workings of a human mind. The potentiality of our own terribleness cannot be overstated. Those previous sentences are a post-rationalization in the moment. I couldn't put the words in place like that. I simply shook my head and I dropped the ring. I don't know. The rings came down and I pattered to the opening at the top of the spire towards the way that we had already come. Margaret had been right. There was no end, but I was going to try even if it killed me. Her fingers dug into my arm and whipped me around. "We can't leave him." She glanced over at the thing in the chair, still sputtering and gasping for air around the tube fixed to his lips. Not like that." There was a pause before she looked back to me. "I wouldn't want to be left like that, would you?" I looked at the axe in her hand. How was it that she had kept it so long, through everything? "Not like that, we can't do it like that." And we were screaming to one another over the clinking of the metal rain. "What choice is there?" Her fingers tightened around the handle of the axe. We could do it quick." I looked to the pitiful Harold and nodded. She moved quickly. It was a task that nobody wanted a part in, and the faster that it was over, the better. Margaret launched the axe into his chest with a quick heave. His body lurched and spasmed before going still. She ripped the axe away and blood sprayed at his chest opened wide. The wedding ring stopped falling with the last few ringing out somewhere far away. All was quiet with Margaret covered in Harold's blood like it was war paint. The cavern air changed. There was nothing. We were standing in a vacuum that might crush us at any moment. And then the world began to crumble. A cave-in was my initial thought. But this was ridiculous, of course. Cave-ins didn't happen in places that didn't exist. Such tragedies were for the real world. We had parted there so long ago. The world was shaking and the spire trembled, threatening to give away at any moment. The rumbling was all that I could hear. Margaret screeched out something, but I couldn't understand. She hung on to the edge of one of the tubes attached to Harold's body. She was waving at me. I stumbled over and fell onto my knees trying to crawl to her. Her mouth moved, but as I tried deciphering what she was saying, a great boulder fell from the sky and sheared away the opening of the stairwell behind me. I twisted around on my back to watch it fall away as spider crack lines shot in my direction. I'm certain that I was screaming as I moved. I felt a pair of ice-cold hands on my neck and craned around to see Margaret. She screamed over the roar of the falling debris. "I can see light." She pointed in the most unexpected of directions. She pointed at Harold's chest. She shifted to the front of him that had been pried open by the axe. I watched dumbfounded as she pushed her fingers into his chest and opened them more. Indeed, natural light spilled from there. I was immediately reminded of the mumbles of my dead neighbors. The only way was through, so they had said. Margaret placed her knee on his thigh and ripped his chest open. I crawled over on shaking arms and pulled myself up to gander in. It was a dream that I could see trees and perhaps even a touch of real air. I'm not proud of this, but I pushed my fist into him and began worming my way in. Freedom was so close that I could nearly taste it. Swimming the visceral ooze in the place between here and there is a feeling that I will never wash clean. Digging my claws in, I propelled myself forward like a deranged newborn, pulling itself free from its tense mother. There was no longer a Harold or Margaret or even me. There was only the ravenous, growing urge to escape, and I kicked my way through intestines until I tugged away at clumps of dirt and took in labored breaths of fresh air. The sun splintered overhead as I sat choking in the open hole of Harold's front yard. I hawked up a lump of wet mud and scooted onto my knees to peer into the place that I had come from. There was no opening leading back there anymore. In its place, there was only a grouping of loose dirt. I watched and waited and was all alone. I wept and swiped tears away with dry, cracked hands. "Come on," I said at the pile. "Come on." The words spit from my mouth. The dirt remained still with no trace of life. "Please." I begged whatever it was that had created such a cruel world. I screamed like a madman. It started out small. The pebbles of minuscule bald clay fell away and rolled like children down a grassy hill. A finger with splintered caked nails sprang forth, and then came the whole hand and the forearm. I wrapped my hands around the thin wrist and tugged with everything that I had, and then Margaret's head sprang forth, hair clinging to her head. She gasped, open-mouthed and eyes closed. And once she was free, she wiped at her face. After a brief coughing fit where she put her head between her knees as I patted her in the back, she began crying. "We made it," I said, the elation in my voice reaching a point of absurdity. "There's no reason for that anymore. We made it." She looked at me. "I know." Margaret patted the dust off her shirt. "There was a time in there that I saw your feet just above my head. I saw you kicking. You were going to make it out. But then I felt something grab me from behind and I was stuck. And then your feet disappeared and I couldn't move anymore. I almost died. I could feel whatever it was squeezing the life out of me. There was a thought that I had though." I looked at her puzzled. "At least you were going to make it out. That's what I thought. That would be something at least. Margaret, I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't." We sat there curled together on that spot in the bottom of the pit for too long. There was an investigation into the matter by the police. You can't have half a neighborhood disappear without raising a few eyebrows. Neither me nor Margaret told the whole story, but the police received what we knew they'd believe. There was a maniac caught among the crowd of people gathered in front of Harold's front yard, and we couldn't stop digging. We told them that much, and that much was enough. The official record went that we were the victims of hysteria. We told them of a cave-in and that most of the people that were caught in it. They excavated the lot that Harold's house stood on and never found a thing. I never figured they would. We each got our share of fines and community service. In the courtroom, I recall the judge sneering at me from her high chair as I pled my case. There was jail time for me, but Margaret's lawyer was better. She visited me sometimes, and it was time well spent in comparison to what I had seen. When I got out, Margaret introduced me to her granddaughter, as me and the old lady who once jogged around the neighborhood grew closer. I came to realize that her granddaughter was all that she had left, and it finally made sense to me that her last request would have something to do with her. We don't talk about that place often, but when we do, it always ends in long nights where we chat over 4 or 5 bottles of wine or whatever else is nearby. She's a fair amount older than I am, and I know that I'll be the last unless by some miracle the old bird outlives us all. And given what she's capable of, I would believe it's possible. I joke like that to make it seem far and away. Do not let this serve as some fable of morals or fault. It was never about blame anyhow. This was about one man's inability to let go of the past. I'm sharing this because if I don't come back, well, the more people that know what happened, the better. Maybe then someone will finally believe us. Every year since our college graduation, my best friend Liz and I would go on vacation together and visit a new city. As we were planning the trip for late summer of 2021, she got an email saying that she had earned a free week-long stay at a hotel. She tends to travel a lot for business, so it's not too unusual for her to get a free night every now and then. One of the locations she could redeem it at was somewhere that we hadn't been before, and it looked ritzy. It sounded perfect. As soon as we walked into the lobby though, something felt off. I don't know how to explain it other than that it had weird vibes. It looked like an old building that had been recently renovated, but the bright colors, the lights, the paintings, it felt like somebody had just slapped a thin cherry veneer over decades worth of caked on misery. The air just felt heavy. Liz didn't seem to notice it, at least not at first. The guy at the check-in desk stared at us for a while before muttering that he needed to talk to his manager. We were a bit worried that we were about to hear that the email that she had received had been a scam, but to our relief, he came back with a grin and said that they had upgraded our room. The city's skyline and faint mountains in the distance that we could see from our window won me over. That first day was fine, but when I woke up the next morning, Liz was sitting motionless on her bed, her back to me. "Liz?" I repeated her name several times. before finally walking over to tap her on the shoulder. "Hey." She finally turned to me, spoke quietly as if somebody else might be listening. "Did you hear it last night?" I shook my head. "Oh." She looked embarrassed for a moment, like she was unsure if she could continue. "I couldn't sleep, not with the scratching behind the wall," she whispered eventually. "I don't like it." I'm a heavy sleeper, a bit too heavy to be honest. At home where it's just me, I have to set multiple alarms to make sure that I wake up in time for work. And I've literally slept through a fire alarm one time. Luckily, it was a false alarm. Liz was the opposite. Every little noise would wake her, so she always tended to have a rough first night or two as she became accustomed to the new sounds of a place. I thought maybe after a couple of nights she would get used to it, or chalk it up to the building settling, especially in such an odd place. I offered to ask for a different room, but she was worried that they would charge us. She said, just try and ignore it. The day before we were supposed to check out though, she shook me awake. Her eyes were wide and frantic as she stood over me. She had moved her nightstand aside and was pointing at a small door 3 or so feet tall that had been behind it. The door was old-looking, dark wood with an antique knob, and it stood in contrast to everything else in the bright and modern-looking room. "Did you open it?" She looked at me like I was out of my mind for even asking and backed away as I approached it, for good measure. I figured that once we looked, we would both feel better. I was wrong. As I carefully pushed it open, the smell of rust and bleach hit me immediately. The narrow space was long and it went further back than my phone light could reach from where I stood. After a few feet, it faded into blackness. Since it was only as tall and as wide as the small door, I realized that I would have to crawl on my hands and knees to see how far back it went. I hate being in the dark and can't stand small spaces. But when I looked over my shoulder at Liz and saw the bags under her eyes, the expression on her face, I figured that I owed it to her to at least take a look. And so I crawled in. Once I was a few feet inside, I saw that the small and narrow space ended at another wall, one plastered in yellowing wallpaper. It looked so old that I guessed it was probably a part of the original hotel. The dark patterned carpet was dotted with stains, which seemed to be contributing to at least part of the strong smell. As I backed out, I thought that I heard a faint whisper coming from behind the old wallpaper in front of me. As soon as I was all the way out, I had to fight the urge to slam the door shut and run. It felt so wrong in there. I wasn't sure what the purpose of that space had once been, but even then I knew that it was nothing good. "Hey," I whispered as soon as the door was closed, and I tried to nonchalantly move the end table back in front of it. "Why don't we pack up? We can find a different hotel for tonight." She seemed a bit calmer and said that she could hang in there for the final night. After having been in that small space behind her wall, the thought of sleeping there another night honestly freaked me out. But I figured that if she could make it through the last night, then so could I. After we turned out the lights that night, I remember seeing her dark silhouette sitting on the edge of her bed, motionless until I fell asleep. That was the last time that I ever saw her. When I woke up, it was almost noon. Both of our alarms were blaring. We were supposed to check out hours ago. My confusion quickly turned to panic when I realized that Liz wasn't in the room. Her suitcase, purse, phone, everything was still there. The main door was locked and chained from the inside too. At first I couldn't think of where else she could be until it hit me. There was one place that I hadn't checked. The nightstand was still in front of the door, but I was fairly certain that it was in a slightly different spot than we had left in the day before. Reluctantly, I slid it aside. "Liz?" No answer. She wasn't there. I did see, though, what I had thought had been a wall was open slightly. I pushed it tentatively and took a sharp breath when I saw it led into a tunnel. It went so far back, far beyond the reach of the beam of the phone light. It looked endless. "Liz!" I got no response other than my own voice echoing back through the narrow space. I tried to tell myself that it would be okay that I had to go in, especially if Liz had gone in there too. I took a deep breath, nudged the false wall open all the way, and I entered. As I crawled on my hands and knees with my phone ungracefully held between my teeth, I tried not to think about the tight space and the pitch blackness as far as I could see in front of me, or picture what Liz would have been doing down there. I tried not to focus on the streaks of nearly dried blood along the floor. I had to keep going. I knew that Liz would do the same for me. I realized that I wasn't even sure how long she had been gone for. I promised myself the walls were not shrinking around me and that it was my imagination, that this dark expanse couldn't go on forever. Eventually the tight darkness would end. I kept repeating it to myself over and over as a mantra just to keep myself going, to try and distract myself from the feeling of despair that seemed to fill the place. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel ended, opening into a room without lights or windows, but it was at least large enough that I could stand and stretch out my cramped muscles. All I could make out was wall-to-wall dark, crumbling bricks and a weak-looking set of stairs that led above and below. It was so quiet there, so eerie that it was easy to forget that I was in a city packed with people, still inside a bustling hotel. When I shined my light upwards into the pitch blackness above my head, I could see the stairs leading to other platforms like the one that I was standing on. It looked like the rooms above and below ours had similar tunnels. The smell of bleach had long been replaced by the scent of mildew and old things. It felt so wrong back there in a way that I couldn't put my finger on it, that I couldn't help but shiver when wondering why it had been designed that way, what it had been used for. I assumed the stairs to the tunnels above me all led to other rooms, so I went down, the protesting metal echoing up into the huge empty space above my head. I finally reached a heavy door, and after being in the dark for so long, the bright sunlight hurt my eyes when I opened it. I was looking into the back alley outside, around the corner from where the hotel seemed to end. The door was covered with the same bricks as the rest of the building. It was so discreet that when I closed it behind me, it blended in perfectly with the outside wall. I remember running back inside and bracing myself against the counter while I tried to convey what I had found to anyone that would listen. I still have the image in my mind of how the dried blood on my palms stood out starkly on the white marble. It was all that I could focus on as the manager tried to calm me down. He said that Liz probably had just wandered off. People go off on their own all the time to explore the city, he had told me. She would likely come back later. She never did. I was the one that called the police, and the officer that came out chatted casually with the hotel manager for a long time. They checked the room and I showed him the door, but he didn't seem concerned. He just repeated what the manager said. Maybe she decided to start over and didn't want to be found. I was hysterical and I pointed out that her purse and her phone were still in the room. She hadn't even taken her shoes. "That's not uncommon," he told me, leaning in a little too close. A warning less subtle than his words was written across his face. "For people to visit a city like this and never leave." I drove around for hours asking shop owners and people outside if they had seen her, but none of them had. Eventually, I had to go home and back to work. The official story is that she just left on her own volition. But I don't believe it, and neither does her family or fiancé. Every so often, he and I would drive up there just on the off chance that anybody had seen her, but we would always get the same answer. He's the one that had the idea to book the same room again to see what we could find in the tunnels. He must have called dozens of times, and he would try to make a reservation and ask if room 347 or any of the ones directly above it are available, and they would always tell him no. We hadn't lost all hope, but we had certainly lost most of it. Until a few days ago. I recently received an email invite letting me know that I had earned a free week, just like the one that Liz had received 2 years ago. I went to check in, and after looking me over, the guy manning the desk said that he needed to get his manager. The manager, the same one as before, came out in person, and I was so worried that he would turn me away. But he simply smiled and informed me that my room had been upgraded. I'm sure that you can guess my room number. I've been trying to stay awake each night, although after everything that happened, I wouldn't be able to fall asleep here if I even wanted to. Every night I've just been sitting in the dark and listening to the sounds coming from behind that awful door. Sounds that I could almost swear are a bit louder, a bit closer each night. I'm supposed to check out tomorrow morning. I have a feeling that tonight I'll finally find out what happened to Liz. Wish me luck. I can't believe that a few weeks have passed already. I'm sorry that it took so long to get this update through. Everything that happened has been a lot to process. At first, I didn't want to write it down. I didn't want to relive that night, but I guess that I can't avoid it forever. Almost exactly 2 years to the day from my first post, my best friend Liz disappeared from room 347 in the middle of the final night of our stay. I woke up alone the next morning to the door still bolted from the inside. She had left everything behind. And the only place that she could have gone was through the dark, narrow space behind the small door and the false wall leading from our room. Even after crawling through it myself, I never found her. The hotel manager and the police were not just insistent that she had left on her own volition, but were almost threatening when I pushed further. Her fiancé Jared and I had been searching for her ever since. When I finally got the chance to stay in that same room again, hoping for even a slim chance of finding out what had happened to her, I took it. So I bought a little can of triple action pepper spray, packed a bag, and scheduled an email to go out to Jared the morning after the final night of my stay. Just in case I never came back. I've been home for a few weeks, and even now I'm still struggling and trying to put some of the pieces together. I'm starting to accept that there are some things that I may never fully understand. During my recent stay, I didn't spend much time in the room, with its overpowering smell of bleach mingled with something else that I couldn't quite place. Mostly, I tried to search the surrounding city for anything that I may have missed before. And of course, I explored every part of that hotel that I could. Details I didn't catch during our first day, or pay enough attention to before my final night a few weeks ago. They are now haunting me. Details such as how a ritzy-looking hotel in the middle of a popular tourist destination never seemed to have anybody else in it. Or how there was no way to get to the 7th floor. The button so casually skipped from 6 to 8 on the lone elevator. And from the main stairs, what should have been the entrance was just a solid wall. As I traversed the winding hallways, I realized that on every floor that I could access, other than my own, the new carpet and cherry paint stopped abruptly after a certain point. As I ventured deeper into the hotel, I found myself surrounded by the original fading wallpaper, stains marring the swirling patterns of the torn carpet. Even the light fixtures along the walls looked dated. Most struggled to stay on at all, often throwing the windowless halls into near darkness without warning. Whenever I crossed over to the old and unrenovated side, I always had a strange sense of discomfort. The kind that you get when there's nobody else around you, but you can tell that you are most certainly not alone. Traveling down those halls felt like stepping back in time, but to a time that was clearly better left forgotten. Initially, I thought maybe that was their way of saving money, neglecting the portions that most guests wouldn't venture to. One night, I was wandering around one of those eerily quiet floors, further in than I had ever gone before, and I was drawn to a bit of brick peeking out from under cracked plaster and peeling wallpaper in the distance. It was almost entirely bathed in shadows, just beyond where the struggling hall lights had finally given up, and it seemed older than everything else around it. There was a thin gap in the mortar, and while it was so dark that I couldn't see anything, I could feel a faint and still breeze that carried with it an overpowering smell of rotting meat. Gagging, I turned around abruptly to see the hotel manager just a couple of feet behind me, his eyes glinting at me, unnatural looking in the low light. I pushed past him without incident, but I couldn't help but wonder if there had been other times that he had silently followed me down the dimly lit hallways without me noticing. After that, I made it more of an effort to avoid him and his predatory smile. Every floor that I could access had a similar makeshift wall in the same place. I eventually realized it was once a second elevator shaft, since bricked in and plastered over. Once in the near silence, I thought that I heard the sound of something moving behind it. It's probably easier to seal it off than to fix it, I told myself at the time. I preferred that explanation, rather than to acknowledge my distinct feeling that there was something, not someone, something, back there that I had no desire to meet. Eventually, I reached the final night of my stay, no closer to finding out what had happened to her. The only thing left that I could think to do was to try and recreate what I believed may have happened to her that night. As I prepared for bed, I shoved my phone in my pajama pocket and grabbed my little can of pepper spray. My grand plan at that point was to pretend to be asleep and see if anybody came for me that night. If they did, I would hit them with the pepper spray and try and get a photo with them. It may not have been the best idea, but I knew it would be the last chance that I would ever get to find out what happened to her. After glancing nervously at my small can of pepper spray, I grabbed the Swiss Army knife off my keychain and shoved it in the other pocket for good measure. I began to wonder as I stared up at the dark ceiling that night in the exact room that she had disappeared from 2 years prior, if they invited me there specifically for nothing to happen. I had been telling anybody that would listen for years all about Liz's disappearance, about the narrow, dark space in our room that I had crawled through. Jared had been doing the same, like I had said in my last post. He had been trying to book that same room for years with no luck. What better way to further discount our concerns than for me to have a perfectly normal stay? Of course nothing would happen, I realized, disappointed, although with the tiniest bit of guilt-tinged relief mixed in. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of furniture moving across the carpet. All the confidence and determination that I had felt in the daylight was gone in an instant. Never was I more aware that I was just one person alone in that awful place, armed with a phone, less than an ounce of pepper spray, and a tiny keychain knife, as in that moment where I wondered if somebody would try and pull me out of bed and drag me into the dark. Maybe it would be easy enough to make me disappear inconspicuously after all. They had my credit card information. What was stopping them from using it a few towns over, and then throwing all my luggage in some ditch? As I heard the old hinges of the small door protest, a flurry of jumbled thoughts went through my head as I clutched my little canister to my chest. I had always assumed Liz to be alive and that somebody took her out of the room and into the tunnel. But what if she hadn't been? What if they had killed her and they did it right here? There had been blood in the small crawl space, enough had soaked into the carpet that it was still wet by the time that I went looking for her. I was in the room with her physically that night, but I'm such a heavy sleeper that she may as well have been alone. Another sharp pang of guilt crept in to mingle with the terror. After a moment, I heard what sounded like raspy and strained breathing, the sound filling the otherwise silent room. It grew louder as whoever or whatever it was emerged and began to head towards me. And then, only a few feet away, they stopped. I was so worried that if they knew I was awake, they would leave before I could find out what happened. I tried to keep my eyes squeezed shut and hoped that they would get just a bit closer, to make sure that they would be in range of these sprays, since I would probably only have one chance at this. The waiting in those long moments, though, as I wondered who or what was in the room with me, I finally couldn't take it. My eyes shot open. I don't know what I thought that I would see looming over me in the darkness. A stranger, a monster maybe. But I know who I did not expect to see. Liz. She was barefoot, illuminated in the faint moonlight shining through the open sliver between the curtains. It was dark, her face mostly obscured in the shadows and contorted slightly, as if with a strange little smile, but I could tell that it was her. I could feel it. I gasped, and she seemed almost as startled as I was, because she took off running. I had barely stumbled out of bed by the time that she had already ducked through the door, past the false wall, and was crawling through the dark passageway, faster than it seemed humanly possible. I hissed her name, trying to get her to stop, but she just kept going. It did feel wrong to me even then as I followed her. If she had truly been okay all this time, why hadn't she left and contacted her fiancé, her family, or her friends? And why was she crawling around in the darkness behind the walls of this awful place alone? But at that time, the only meaningful thought that I could really focus on, overpowering in its insistence, was how I couldn't lose her again. While I was fumbling for my phone, I realized that Liz didn't have any source of light with her. She had entered the tunnel the same way that she had left through it those years ago, in the pitch blackness. As I followed her, I realized what the smell had been in my room, that mixed with the bleach, had been almost too faint to detect. But there in that tight space, just feet behind her, I recognized it. Earthiness. Death. I knew that something was wrong, but we're so close to the exit, and I was too focused on getting her out of there, walking out that door and never coming back. Not for my purse, my shoes, anything, because I had a very strong suspicion that if I did, we would never leave that hotel again. As we reached the end and stepped out of the cramped space and into the familiar back room, I nearly cried in relief. We were only 2 flights of stairs above the exit. We were actually going to make it out, both of us. But she didn't go down. She started to go up. Liz! I pleaded for her to come back and told her that I knew where the exit was, but she continued on as if she hadn't heard me. I pulled at her in desperation, and she shook me off with strength that I didn't know she possessed. Realizing that she wasn't going to stop, I reluctantly followed, thinking that she must have known something that I didn't, a better way to get out. It was the only thing that made sense to me. She had slowed her pace to allow me to catch up. She was no longer fleeing, she was leading. I had been occasionally pausing to shine my flashlight down below us, a deep-seated fear growing as the exit became further and further away, and was eventually swallowed up by the darkness entirely. After what felt to my tired legs like a lifetime, she stopped and began to enter another crawl space, heading back deeper into the hotel. I froze. The already intense sense of wrongness overwhelmed me at the thought of going in. She turned back to smile at me briefly from the darkness, and I realized then that everything was going to be okay. I had found her. I knew that following her was the right thing to do. The new feeling of calm overrode my deeply seated fear of seeing what was on the other side of the tunnel. And so I took a deep breath, and I found out what was on the 7th floor. I instantly felt much safer than I had anywhere else in that godforsaken place as we stepped into the immaculate room that the tight tunnel opened into. This was a good place, safe. I was suddenly very confident that we were going the right way. I followed her out of the room and down an immaculate hallway to a huge ballroom. Art Deco details, the chandelier was beautiful. That much was obvious even in the dark. I felt an odd sense of excitement at the thought of approaching it, nearly giddy at the sight of the elegant golden elevator at the end. The exit. Finally. I froze for a moment when I heard a door slam shut somewhere behind me, but no matter how hard I tried to hold on to that concern, the intense feeling of alarm, I couldn't. It was quickly gone beyond my reach. Everything was fine. She stepped into the elevator and smiled at me over her shoulder. I knew that was where I needed to be. I was ready to leave. I was only a few feet behind her when I tripped and fell to the side. I felt around to see what I had tripped over, and it was a single shoe, the canvas stiff with long dried blood. When I looked up from it in confusion, I realized that the entire room had changed. The air carried a hint of old things, mildew, and despair. The chandelier hung at an odd angle, ruined, rendered dark and useless by decades of neglect. Glass from shattered up and now boarded windows littered the ground. The wooden floor was warped and stained, and the dated wallpaper had mostly peeled away. A sense of longing and ruin and sadness radiated through the huge room. I shivered as my beam illuminated what I had fallen into. A group of disintegrating suitcases. Torn clothes and other discarded belongings formed messy piles, encircling what had minutes ago appeared to be an elevator. With a new sense of horrified clarity, I realized what I had almost stepped into. The open shaft, the one that had been walled up on every other floor. The doors were long gone, leaving only a few feet of damaged flooring between me and the 7-story drop below. Maybe if I had been paying more attention, I would have noticed the sound sooner. The familiar earthy rot smell on the stale air coming from within it. But I was focused on something snagged on the metal opening. I told myself that it couldn't have been Liz's. It couldn't be the Melvin shirt that she bought at the concert that we went to years ago, the one that she had worn to bed that night. It could have been anyone's because Liz was fine and she was here with me. I heard the sound of something sharp on metal, the awful ragged breaths that she had been taking. I shined my flashlight up to see her slowly climbing up from the dark gaping pit of the shaft. Her perfectly round eyes reflected back at me like an animal's, like a predator. Something that evolved in the darkness and could see far better in the lightless space than I could ever hope to. What I thought had been a smile, I realized then that it, simply had more teeth than it could comfortably fit in its mouth. The more I stared frozen, the more I realized how wrong the face and all the details were. I couldn't understand how I didn't see it before, how I could have mistaken that thing for my best friend since childhood. For a brief, fleeting moment, I thought that not Liz was the most terrible thing that I would ever see in my life, until I noticed more of them crawling up the shaft behind her. When I saw what they looked like, when they weren't attempting to imitate a person. I was suddenly very aware of the door that I had heard open and close behind me moments before. True fear, I've since learned, is seeing something that you can barely comprehend, much less hope to outrun, standing between you and the only exit. I realized that I was just holding my phone. I had lost my pepper spray at some point. So I did the first thing that I could think of. I shined my phone flashlight towards it, hoping that something so pale that saw so well in the dark that it wouldn't be able to handle the bright light. All I managed to do was get a clearer view of the two long limbs and those awful eyes as it continued towards me unfazed. I fished my tiny knife out of my pocket and ran towards it. I didn't have any other plan, I just knew that I didn't want to die down there in the dark. With the haze that I had been trapped in earlier lifted, I became aware that the entire floor smelled like death. Unlike the room downstairs, no one had felt the need to try and mask it with a splash of bleach. Some doors had long fallen off their hinges and formed additional obstacles as they lay splintered. I tried dodging around the thing in the hall, but it managed to grab me, leaving a deep gash in my leg as it tried to pull me to the ground. I stabbed at it until it let go. All the blood, not sure whether it was its or mine, allowed me to slip through its grasp. At the end of the hall was the room that we had entered through, 747 crudely painted on the door. This time around, I realized that it was filled with the remains of decaying furniture along with other things that I would rather forget. I was actually relieved to shove myself back into the tight and lightless passageway, but not as much as I was when I stepped out of it. I was only 2 flights from the exit when I heard a chorus of wheezing above me. I made the mistake of looking up and saw so many eyes trained on me. There was another familiar face among them, wearing his usual predator's grin. I moved as fast as my tired and bleeding legs could carry me. Hearing them quickly close the distance between us was an excellent motivator. I was only a few feet ahead of them by the time that I stumbled at the back exit, and I didn't stop running, unsure if they would follow me outside. Finally, I turned back to see nothing was there. I still didn't feel safe until I had called Jared, and I was in the car with him and almost home. I refused to go to the hospital in that town. I didn't trust anyone. I was so afraid that they would put me under and take me back to the hotel, and I would wake up on the 7th floor again. Or maybe I wouldn't wake up at all. So yes, I did make it home, but I wish that I had a happier update to give. I still wonder who Liz must have seen in her room that night, who she would have followed so blindly. I try not to think about what must have happened afterwards. It's too painful. I haven't been able to sleep much since I've been home. All I see whenever I close my eyes are those things staring at me from down the dark hallway of the 7th floor. There's something else that's been keeping me awake too. I had originally booked my reservation with a fake address, but in addition to everything else, I left my purse and ID behind when I fled my room. It's been a few weeks now, but I still can't help but wonder if soon I'll see those perfectly round eyes glinting at me from within the darkness of my own home too.